Before I begin, I will assume the role you requested. Ro, professional Vietnamese English translator specializing in long-form narrative content, inspired by the psychological insights of Carl Gustav Jung. My objective is to produce a faithful, complete translation that preserves every idea, every nuance, and the gentle, contemplative rhythm intended for listeners as they drift towards sleep. I will neither omit nor add any information, while ensuring the English reads naturally for a native audience and retains the quiet, reflective atmosphere of the original. Have you ever wondered how many cities once shimmered with light, once echoed with the laughter of children, the footsteps of merchants, and the ringing bells of ancient temples, yet today have disappeared entirely from the map? There is something curious about it. Human beings have always seemed fascinated by places that have been lost. We are not merely curious about crumbling walls or roads buried beneath layers of sand. We are drawn to the silence they leave behind, to the questions that remain unanswered, to the feeling that somewhere beneath the deep earth, beneath dense forests, beneath the ocean's floor, or even beneath the foundations of our modern cities, countless untold stories are still peacefully asleep. Perhaps, as Carl Gustav Jung once suggested, what we are truly searching for is not simply the ruins of stone and brick. What we seek is a fragment of humanity's collective memory itself. Every lost city is like a forgotten dream, and each time archaeology uncovers an ancient street, a temple, or a clay vessel preserved through thousands of years, it feels much like the sudden awakening of a memory hidden deep within the human soul. Tonight, I invite you to join me on a journey taken at an unhurried pace. Together, we will wander through the streets of Pompeii in the quiet moments before the volcano awakened. We will gently cross the vast plazas of Angkor as the jungle slowly embraces its ancient stone walls. We will descend beneath the sea to rediscover harbors that have slept for thousands of years. And we will also explore cities whose locations remain unknown even today. Through 100 fascinating facts, we will discover far more than history alone. Together, we will reflect upon time, memory, the impermanence of every civilization, and the nature of humanity itself. For perhaps every lost city is quietly telling us the same gentle truth. Nothing lasts forever. Yet nothing is ever truly gone as long as it continues to be remembered. If you enjoy historical stories told with a slow, soothing rhythm, woven together with profound reflections on the human mind and inspired by the insights of Carl Gustav Jung, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Every week, we will explore another chapter of history, philosophy, and psychology together in a peaceful space designed to help you unwind after a long day. Now, find a comfortable position. Take a slow, gentle breath in. Exhale softly. Allow the sounds of the world to gradually fade away. And as the night quietly settles beyond your window, together we will open the doorway to the lost cities where history still whispers beneath every layer of earth, every rolling wave, and every memory carried by humankind. The cities that vanished, yet were never truly lost. Perhaps, at some point in life, every one of us has been captivated by the very same question. What would happen if one day an entire city simply disappeared? Not merely a few houses, not merely a single road, but an entire world. A place where church bells once rang each morning, where crowded marketplaces overflowed with life, where stone-paved streets carried the footsteps of thousands, where temples glowed beneath the warmth of the sun, where gardens were alive with birdsong, where children laughed as they ran across open squares, where families gathered around their evening meals, where devoted artisans patiently created works they believed would endure through time. And then, one day, everything became silent. No more footsteps, no more smoke rising from kitchen fires, no more laughter, only the wind, only the sand, only broken walls left standing. And after a very long time, Even the city's name slowly faded from human memory. Strangely enough, places like these continue to captivate us. There is something about lost cities that never stops calling people to search for them, not merely for a few centuries, but for thousands of years, from the earliest explorers to storytellers gathered around glowing fires, to modern archaeologists. Each has asked the same question: beneath this layer of earth, beneath this ancient forest, or beneath the deep blue sea, could there still be a city quietly sleeping? Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that certain images return again and again within humanity's imagination, not because they belong to any one culture, but because they touch something profoundly deep within the human soul. Perhaps lost cities are one of those enduring symbols. They are not merely piles of ancient stones. They are symbols of memory, of time, of impermanence, and of the hope that although time may conceal all things, truth itself is always somewhere, patiently waiting to be discovered. I often imagine a traveler who lived thousands of years ago. He stands upon a hill as the sun has just slipped below the horizon. Below him lies a city glowing with countless oil lamps. Voices drift upward from the bustling marketplaces. The aroma of freshly baked bread fills the evening air. Wooden doors remain open. No one in that city knows that. Centuries later, no one will remember their names. No one will remember their faces. Yet that does not mean they have disappeared. For every stone they carefully laid, every road they patiently built, every vessel they skillfully shaped, still quietly tells its story. Perhaps that is the greatest beauty of history. History is never completely silent. It simply finds a new way to tell its story. Sometimes it tells its story through a cracked and weathered wall. Sometimes through a ring resting deep beneath the earth. Sometimes through a single grain of pollen preserved in a layer of mud for 3,000 years. And sometimes it speaks through silence itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what has been buried is not necessarily what has been lost. The same is true of our inner lives. There are memories we believe have long since faded, yet all it takes is the familiar scent of a place, an old melody, or a road we once walked, and suddenly everything returns with astonishing clarity, as though it had never left us at all. Perhaps lost cities are much like humanity's memories. They do not disappear. They simply drift quietly into the deepest layers of time, and there they wait. Not for the strongest person, not for the most famous, but for someone patient enough to listen. That someone might be an archaeologist, a shepherd who accidentally uncovers an ancient wall, a diver who notices great blocks of stone resting upon the ocean floor, or perhaps simply an ordinary person like you or me, sitting here in the stillness of the night, listening to the stories of places that once existed. There is something that always moves me deeply. Many cities were once believed to exist only in legend. People spoke of them as though they were dreams, mythical lands, golden palaces, prosperous harbors. Then the centuries passed, and no one believed they had ever truly existed, until one day, a shovel struck stone. A statue emerged from the earth. An ancient inscription appeared beneath layers of soil, and suddenly, the entire world realized. Sometimes, legend is not the opposite of history. It is history whose memory has been softened by time. That thought often leads me back to the human mind itself. Carl Gustav Jung wrote that within the depths of the collective unconscious, ancient images continue to exist, images shared by all humanity. Perhaps lost cities exist in much the same way, not only beneath the earth, but within our imagination, within the stories passed from one generation to the next, within our dreams, and within humanity's enduring desire to understand where we came from. Is that why we are so deeply moved when an ancient gateway is unearthed? Or when a stone road reappears after lying hidden beneath the sand for thousands of years? Perhaps because in those moments, we are not simply looking at the past, we are looking at ourselves. We are catching a glimpse of an ancient part of humanity that continues to live within the present. Tonight, as every sound beyond these walls slowly fades away. As the light in your room grows softer, I invite you to set aside the hurried thoughts of today. Allow your mind to slow down. Allow your imagination to unfold like an ancient doorway, gently opening after remaining closed for thousands of years. Because from this very moment, we begin a truly remarkable journey together. A journey that will carry us not only across deserts, forests, and oceans, but also through the memories of humanity itself, to rediscover cities that seem to have vanished, yet perhaps were never truly lost at all. If cities could speak, perhaps the first thing they would tell us would not be the names of kings, nor the battles once fought upon their walls. Instead, they would tell the stories of ordinary people, a potter rising with the first light of dawn, a mother preparing breakfast for her family, a barefoot boy running across the square with an innocent smile, an elderly man sitting quietly on his front porch, watching people pass by as he has done for decades. History often remembers emperors, but a city is built by countless ordinary lives like these. Perhaps that is why, when a city disappears, what is lost is not only its walls, but an entire rhythm of life, a way of loving, a way of praying, a way of laughing, a way of telling stories to children at the end of each day. And that is why lost cities always carry with them such a gentle sadness, not a sorrow filled with despair, only one quiet enough to leave us speechless. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that a person's identity is shaped not only by what they remember, but also by what they have forgotten, yet which continues to quietly influence their lives. Perhaps the same is true of civilizations. Some cities no longer appear on any map, yet their traces remain alive in our languages, in our architecture, in stories handed down through generations, in spiritual traditions, and in symbols we continue to use every day without realizing their origins reach back thousands of years. That makes me wonder, perhaps no city ever truly dies. It simply changes the way it exists. Some cities sleep beneath the sands of the desert. Each passing wind lays another layer of time across streets that were once filled with life. Some cities are embraced by ancient forests. Tree roots weave through stone walls. Vines blanket stairways once climbed by countless people. Some cities rest deep beneath the sea. Schools of fish glide between weathered columns. Coral blossoms across the rooftops of ancient homes. Where the wheels of horse-drawn carts once echoed, only the whisper of waves remains. And there are also cities that lie neither beneath the sand, nor beneath the forest, nor beneath the sea. They live within memory, within stories told and retold across generations, within legends once dismissed as imagination, within dreams humanity has never ceased trying to understand. Carl Gustav Jung believed that symbols endure because they preserve humanity's deepest experiences. Perhaps a lost city is one such symbol. It reminds us that time may transform every monument, yet it cannot easily erase the meaning people once poured into it. I often imagine an archaeologist standing alone in the desert. Before him stretch endless dunes reaching toward the horizon. There is no visible sign of a city, no sound, only the wind. And yet, he continues digging with quiet patience, one shovel of earth, one layer of sand, one stone at a time, until the corner of a wall appears, then a road, then a public square, and gradually an entire city awakens after thousands of years of sleep. That moment is perhaps more than an archaeological discovery. It feels like a memory buried deep within the human mind suddenly returning to the light. Today, every archaeological excavation does more than deepen our understanding of architecture or ancient artifacts. It also reveals new insights into how people once lived, worked, loved, traded, and adapted to the world around them. Each discovery adds another piece to the vast mosaic of human history. That realization always fills me with gratitude, because it reminds me that history is not a book that has already been closed. It is still being written, not with ink, but through new discoveries, There have been things the entire world once believed to be true. Then a single, modest excavation changed everything. There have been cities once dismissed as myths. Then an ancient wall emerged from the earth, and suddenly, legend became history. There have been civilizations long underestimated. Then roads, sophisticated water systems, and magnificent structures were uncovered, inviting us to look upon the past with greater humility. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson the lost cities have to offer us. Never be too quick to believe that we already know everything, for beneath every layer of earth, another story may still be waiting to be told. Carl Gustav Jung reminded us that we truly mature only when we have the courage to face the unknown within ourselves. Perhaps archaeology is much the same kind of journey. We dig into the earth to better understand history. Yet at the very same time, we are digging deeper into humanity's oldest questions. Who are we? Where did we come from? What will remain after we are gone? Tonight, as you gently close your eyes and allow your mind to drift with each story, do not try to remember every city's name, every date, or every civilization. Simply imagine yourself walking very slowly along an ancient stone-paved road. On either side stand walls softened by the passing of time. In the distance, the wind whispers through rows of weathered columns. The sun is slowly sinking beyond the horizon. There is no hurry anymore, no echoes of modern life, only you and history. In the chapters ahead, we will journey together to cities once believed to exist only in legend. Some truly existed before they disappeared. Some remain mysteries that have yet to be solved. Some took archaeologists centuries to uncover, and others, even today, continue to make the world wonder whether they still lie sleeping beneath the sand, beneath the sea, or only within the imagination of humankind. But whatever the answer may be, one truth seems never to change. No city is ever truly lost as long as someone still remembers it. No civilization is ever completely silent as long as a single stone still has a story to tell. And no past is ever truly dead as long as there are people willing to listen. So, take one gentle breath. Allow every thought from today to slowly dissolve into the night. Let the wind carry us backward through time, because from this very moment, the first doorway to the lost cities is quietly beginning to open, and beyond that doorway lies a world that has slept for thousands of years, silently waiting for us to step inside. The world's most legendary lost cities, having crossed the first gateway into the world of lost cities together, perhaps it is time to take one more step, a lighter step, a slower one, and one filled with even greater mystery. For what lies before us is not merely a collection of cities that once existed. It is a collection of cities that stand quietly upon the delicate boundary between history and legend. There are places the world once believed to be nothing more than products of imagination. Places remembered through ancient tales, epic poems, and stories passed from one generation to the next. Some believed, some doubted, and others devoted their entire lives to searching. What is remarkable is that humanity has never stopped being captivated by what cannot yet be fully explained. We continue to look toward the stars in search of answers. We continue to listen to the sound of the sea, hoping that one day it might carry the whisper of a forgotten civilization. And we continue to ask ourselves, could there still be somewhere on this earth where history has yet to discover an entire city? Carl Gustav Jung believed that deep within the human soul exist symbols that transcend both time and place. They are images that appear again and again in myths, dreams, and the imaginations of many different cultures. Perhaps legendary cities are one such symbol. They do not merely represent a place, they represent the longing to search, the belief that mysteries still remain undiscovered, the ancient human desire to reach out and touch something extraordinary. Among all the legendary cities humanity has ever imagined, perhaps no name has stirred the imagination more than Atlantis. It is said that, somewhere in the vast ocean, there once stood a mighty island, a flourishing civilization, magnificent palaces, great canals, a wealthy and prosperous society. Then, within a remarkably short span of time, everything sank beneath the sea, as though it had never existed at all. The story of Atlantis first appears in the writings of Plato, and from there it became one of the world's most enduring legends. To this day, however, there is no archaeological evidence widely accepted by the scientific community that confirms the existence of Atlantis as described in Plato's accounts. Yet this uncertainty has never made Atlantis any less fascinating. Quite the opposite. Perhaps it is precisely because it has never been found that it continues to live so vividly within humanity's imagination. I often wonder, if Atlantis were truly discovered one day, would its enchantment remain the same? Or is it the mystery itself that makes it unforgettable? Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that many symbols possess such enduring power not because they provide answers, but because they never stop inviting us to ask questions. Perhaps Atlantis is more than a city. It is a symbol of humanity's desire to explore, a reminder that the world has always been larger than everything we already know. And yet, history has surprised us many times before. There have been cities that, for centuries, were also believed to exist only in legend, until, one day, they emerged from the darkness. One of them was Troy. For many centuries, the stories of the Trojan War were known only through the great ancient epics. Many scholars believed they were simply works of literature, symbols, beautiful myths. And yet, during the 19th century, archaeological excavations in northwestern Anatolia uncovered the remains of an ancient city composed of multiple layers of settlement, strengthening the view that an important urban center once stood there during antiquity. Even so, the precise relationship between those archaeological discoveries and the events described in the epic poems remains an active subject of research and scholarly debate. Perhaps it was one of archaeology's most extraordinary moments when a legend suddenly seemed closer to history than ever before. I often imagine how the first people felt when they watched the ancient walls of Troy emerge from the earth. Perhaps they did not simply uncover stone. They uncovered a connection between the past and the present, between imagination and reality, between stories once told beside the warmth of a fire and evidence now lying before their very eyes. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings cannot live by facts alone. We need stories in order to understand ourselves. Perhaps that is why, even after Troy was uncovered, its greatest value was never in proving who was right or wrong. Its deeper value lies in reminding us that, sometimes, ancient legends preserve a genuine core of truth, and sometimes, historical truth itself carries within it something wonderfully mythical. Perhaps, the boundary between history and legend has never been as clear as we often imagine. History usually begins as a story. Then, over generations, that story changes. Details are added. Imaginations shape it. Voices pass it on, until it becomes almost impossible to know where the original truth first began. Yet none of that diminishes its value. On the contrary, it reveals humanity's enduring desire to preserve memory in its own unique way. Today, historians and archaeologists combine ancient texts, archaeological evidence, and a wide range of modern research methods to evaluate historical traditions. Some legends are found to contain verifiable historical foundations, while others remain unconfirmed based on the evidence currently available. That always makes me think of history as a forest at dawn. Some paths are already illuminated by the morning light. Others remain hidden beneath the mist. Yet it is precisely that mist that makes us want to continue walking. Tonight, as you allow your thoughts to drift gently alongside these ancient stories, perhaps you will realize that the greatest fascination of legendary cities is not whether they truly existed, It is the way they inspire humanity to keep searching, to keep asking questions, and to keep looking toward the horizon, having stood together before the mysterious mist surrounding Atlantis, and listened to the story of Troy. Perhaps now we are ready to continue our journey toward cities that people today can truly touch. Places that no longer exist only in legend, no longer live only within ancient books, but remain quietly present in our modern world, like silent witnesses to the passage of time. The remarkable thing is, when people stand before these cities, many of them describe the very same feeling. They do not feel as though they have stepped into the past. Instead, it feels as though the past has stepped forward to meet them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that there are moments in life when time itself seems to disappear. Past and present suddenly touch one another. Perhaps that is exactly what it feels like to stand within cities that have slept for thousands of years. Let us begin with a place whose name is familiar to almost everyone: Pompeii. Perhaps no city tells the story of time more vividly than this one. On a morning in the year AD 79, the people of Pompeii awoke just as they always had. The bakeries glowed with warm ovens. The shops began opening their doors. Wine merchants prepared fresh jars for the day's trade. Children ran along the stone-paved streets. No one knew that Mount Vesuvius, standing quietly in the distance, was about to awaken. Then came the ash, the scorching clouds, the falling volcanic stones. Within a relatively short time, everything was buried. An entire city disappeared beneath the eruption. A single moment of everyday life became frozen in time. Today, Pompeii is one of the world's most celebrated archaeological sites. The volcanic ash preserved buildings, artifacts, and traces of daily life with remarkable detail, offering researchers an exceptionally rare glimpse into the everyday world of an ancient Roman city. Whenever I look upon the streets of Pompeii, I always feel as though the city has only just fallen asleep. The wall paintings remain, the kitchens remain, the clay vessels remain, even partially baked loaves of bread were discovered there. Perhaps time did not completely destroy Pompeii. It merely closed the door with extraordinary gentleness, so that thousands of years later, humanity could quietly open it once again. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what is buried most deeply is sometimes preserved most completely. Perhaps Pompeii is much like the deepest memories within the human soul. There are moments when they seem entirely lost. Yet when the time is right, everything returns with astonishing clarity. Leaving Italy behind, we cross the ocean toward the magnificent mountain ranges of South America. There, amid drifting white clouds, lies a city that leaves many people speechless the very first time they see it. Machu Picchu, perched high upon a mountain, surrounded by layers of mist and emerald forests. Machu Picchu feels like a dream carved from stone. For centuries, the city remained almost entirely unknown to the outside world, until the early 20th century, when it was introduced to the wider international community. Today, Machu Picchu is regarded as one of the defining achievements of the Inca civilization. Although many questions remain regarding its original purpose and certain aspects of its history, it stands as an enduring symbol of remarkable architectural vision and engineering skill. What moves me most is not simply the beauty of Machu Picchu, but its relationship with the landscape. The city does not seem to conquer nature. It becomes part of nature. Its terraces gently follow the mountainsides. Its stones fit together with extraordinary precision. Clouds, stone, trees, people. Everything seems to belong to a single living masterpiece. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that we find our deepest sense of peace when we realize we are not separate from nature. Perhaps Machu Picchu offers us a quiet reminder of that truth. Then our journey continues to another remarkable place, a city that was not built, but carved directly into living rock, Petra, hidden among the crimson canyons of the desert. Its magnificent facades emerge as though they have always been there, silent, majestic, standing beyond the reach of countless centuries. Today, Petra is one of the Middle East's most celebrated archaeological treasures. The city once served as a major center of the Nabatean kingdom, flourishing because of its strategic position along trade routes that connected distant lands. I often like to imagine the moment when the first caravans caught sight of Petra. After many days crossing the dry desert, suddenly, a city of stone appeared before them, like a miracle. Perhaps it was not only water and shade that saved weary travelers. Hope could do that as well. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the symbol of a doorway always represents transformation. Perhaps the narrow canyon leading into Petra is much like such a doorway. Crossing through it, people did not simply arrive at another city, they entered another world. What has stayed with me most after traveling through Atlantis, Troy, Pompeii, Machu Picchu, and Petra is that each city continues to exist in its own unique way. Atlantis lives within the imagination. Troy lives between archaeology and epic poetry. Pompeii lives beneath volcanic ash. Machu Picchu lives among the clouds. Petra lives within the stone. Yet all of them live within humanity's memory. Today, archaeological discoveries continue to deepen our understanding of many ancient cities. At the same time, numerous places mentioned in legends and ancient texts remain the subject of ongoing exploration and scholarly debate, reminding us that the boundary between what is known and what remains unknown is still wonderfully open. Perhaps that is the greatest beauty of history. It never truly closes. Every answer opens the door to another question. Every city we uncover leaves us wondering how many others still lie asleep beneath the earth. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that we do not grow because we possess every answer. We grow because we never stop exploring. Perhaps archaeology is much the same. It is not a race to solve every mystery. It is a journey of learning how to listen to time itself. Tonight, as your thoughts wander through the streets of Pompeii, stand among the clouds of Machu Picchu, or walk slowly through the narrow canyon leading to Petra, perhaps you will begin to feel something very gentle. These cities are not telling only their own stories. They are telling the story of all of us, the story of civilizations being born, growing, flourishing, then quietly changing, like the changing seasons of an ancient forest, like the cycle of every human life. And in our next chapter, we will continue that journey by exploring cities that were not first forgotten by humanity, but embraced by nature itself. Together, we will discover that volcanoes, earthquakes, deserts, forests, and oceans are not merely forces of destruction. Sometimes, they become history's most patient guardians of memory. Cities buried by nature, having walked together through cities that stand upon the delicate boundary between legend and history. Perhaps now our journey takes a different path. This time, we will not search for cities forgotten by people. Instead, we will seek cities carefully preserved by nature itself. When we hear of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or devastating floods, we naturally think of destruction. That is only human. Nature possesses a power far beyond anything humanity has ever built. A volcano can erase an entire city within hours. An earthquake can bring down walls that have stood for centuries. A river changing its course can transform a thriving city into an abandoned wilderness. Yet there is something remarkable. Nature itself, after closing one chapter of history, often becomes its most faithful guardian. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that within nature, there are always two forces that appear to oppose one another, yet ultimately complete each other. Every ending prepares the way for a beginning. Destruction can sometimes become the very condition for renewal. Perhaps, seen from that perspective, nature has never been merely a destroyer. It is also history's most patient storyteller. Imagine for a moment. A morning nearly 2,000 years ago, the sun rises above the red-tiled rooftops of Pompeii. The baker is lighting the oven. Shops begin opening their doors. The sound of horses echoes along the stone streets. Children laugh outside their homes. Everything feels perfectly ordinary. So ordinary that no one in the city could possibly imagine that only a few hours later, their entire familiar world would disappear beneath volcanic ash. Today, research shows that the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79 buried Pompeii beneath a thick layer of volcanic ash and debris, leaving the city hidden for many centuries. Remarkably, that same blanket of ash also played a vital role in preserving many of its buildings and artifacts. That thought always stays with me. If not for that layer of ash, would we even know Pompeii had ever existed? Or would it have faded into time like so many other forgotten places? Perhaps the very thing that buried Pompeii was also the thing that protected it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that many of the most precious parts of the human soul are preserved only after they settle into the deepest layers of the unconscious. Perhaps Pompeii is much the same, like a memory resting deep within us, covered by time, not in order to disappear, but to wait patiently until the moment it is ready to be remembered. I often imagine an archaeologist gently brushing ash away from the wall of an ancient house. Each tiny grain drifting downward feels like another layer of time quietly unfolding, not to change the past, but to listen to it. Perhaps that is the greatest beauty of archaeology. It is not about digging. It is about learning how to listen to silence. Yet Pompeii is not the only city preserved by nature. Leaving the Italian peninsula behind, we arrive at an island in the Aegean Sea. There once stood an ancient city that flourished brilliantly, only to be buried beneath volcanic ash as well. Its name was Akrotiri, thousands of years ago. Its people built multi-story homes, carefully planned streets, vividly painted frescoes. They traded. They sailed the sea. They decorated their homes. They lived lives that, perhaps at the time, no one imagined would come to such a sudden end. Then a massive volcanic eruption changed everything. Today, Akrotiri is considered one of the most important archaeological sites in the Aegean world. The volcanic ash preserved many of its buildings and frescoes, providing invaluable insights into the lives of its ancient inhabitants. What moves me most are those painted walls. After thousands of years, their colors still remain, their brushstrokes still endure, as though the artist had only just stepped out of the room. Perhaps time does not always take everything away. Sometimes it simply lays a gentle blanket over history, and after a very long while, humanity quietly lifts that blanket again, only to discover that the past has been peacefully sleeping beneath it all along. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that certain parts of the soul do not die with time. They simply become quieter. Perhaps the cities beneath the ash are much the same. They have never disappeared. They have only been sleeping. I have always liked to think about ash in a different way. Most of the time, we see ash as the mark of an ending. Yet in nature, ash also nourishes the soil, helping new forests grow, helping life begin again. Perhaps nature has never known only how to destroy. It has always known how to begin another cycle. Carl Gustav Jung believed that within every ending lies the seed of transformation. Perhaps that is true, not only of people, but of civilizations as well. Today, many volcanic regions are home to exceptionally fertile soils that support thriving ecosystems and productive agriculture. It is a reminder that geological forces can both bring immense destruction and, over time, create the conditions for new life to flourish. That realization always reminds me, nature does not see the world in quite the way we do. Human beings often divide everything into victories and defeats, gain and loss. Human beings often think in terms of opposites, building and destruction, creation and loss. But nature, perhaps, knows only transformation. An ancient forest falls, so that a young forest may rise. A volcano erupts, so that new land may be born. a city falls asleep beneath the ash, so that thousands of years later, it may tell the story of an entire civilization. Tonight, as you picture the streets of Pompeii covered in pale volcanic ash, or the colorful frescoes of Akrotiri quietly enduring through countless millennia, perhaps nature no longer seems quite so frightening. Instead, it feels like an immense librarian, silently caring for the books of history. Some are placed neatly upon open shelves, some are locked inside chests of earth, some are buried beneath volcanic ash, yet none of them have ever truly been forgotten. Having quietly walked together through the ash-covered streets of Pompeii and the remarkably preserved painted walls of Akrotiri, perhaps now we continue our journey toward places where nature chose a very different way to preserve history. No longer through volcanic ash, no longer through clouds of burning dust. This time, history will be covered by stone, by desert sand, by ancient forests, by water, and by the endless patience of time itself. There is something curious about it. Whenever people build a city, we often imagine we are creating something permanent. Walls raised from stone, great public squares, magnificent temples. Each one carries a familiar dream, the dream of lasting forever. And yet, nature always seems to whisper something different, that nothing remains unchanged. No river flows forever along exactly the same course. No mountain remains untouched through all eternity, and no city stands beyond the current of time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that we truly mature only when we accept impermanence as a natural part of life. Perhaps the lost cities are teaching us that very lesson, not through words, but through their silence. Let us visit another place, a land once lying beneath the shadow of a volcano. There stood an ancient city known as Cuicuilco. Today, archaeologists believe that Cuicuilco was once an important settlement in central Mexico, before large areas became covered by lava flows from nearby volcanic activity. Following these dramatic changes, the city's importance gradually declined, while the hardened lava helped preserve many traces of it beneath the ground. I often imagine those rivers of lava. They do not rush. They are not loud like a storm. They move quietly, slowly, yet nothing can stop them. Roads, homes, gardens, everything gradually disappears beneath molten stone. At first glance, it seems like an ending, yet thousands of years later, that very rock becomes a great protective vessel, preserving what remains. Perhaps, nature has never known only how to take away. Sometimes, it is quietly preserving. Then we leave the realm of fire and travel toward a place where water becomes the central character. An ancient Greek city called Helic. Ancient records tell us that it was once a prosperous city. Then a powerful earthquake struck. Soon afterward, great waters swept over it. The city vanished. Today, archaeological and geological research suggests that Helice was most likely devastated by an earthquake, followed by severe flooding in antiquity. Although many details continue to be studied in order to better understand exactly what happened, I have always found something deeply moving about the thought of a city sleeping beneath the water. Water leaves no scars like fire. It simply settles gently over everything, like a transparent blanket. Fish swim through what were once public squares. Seaweed wraps itself around ancient stone walls. Time continues to flow, yet beneath those waters, history quietly remains. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what sinks into the depths does not necessarily disappear. Perhaps, cities beneath the sea are much like our deepest memories. They are no longer visible before our eyes, yet they continue to shape the present in quiet ways, leaving the sea behind. We enter the desert. Here, there is no lava, no floodwaters, only sand, day after day, year after year. The wind carries countless tiny grains. They settle upon walls, roads, roofs, until an entire city becomes part of the endless golden landscape. At first, it appears to be forgetfulness. But in truth, sand is also a keeper of history. Without those protective layers, many ancient structures might have disappeared long ago beneath rain, wind, or human hands. Perhaps, to cover something can sometimes be another way of protecting it. Then we continue into the ancient forests. There are forests that give the impression that nature is slowly embracing everything. Tree roots weave across stairways. Vines blanket ancient walls. Towering trunks rise from the middle of forgotten plazas. At first glance, it seems as though the forest is swallowing the city. But if you remain there long enough, you begin to notice something different. The forest is not destroying. The forest is welcoming the city into itself. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that humanity and nature have never truly been separate. Perhaps the cities hidden beneath the forest are quietly telling us the same truth. Every monument eventually returns to the earth. Every stone will one day wear a coat of moss, not because it has failed, but because this is simply the rhythm of life. Today, archaeologists often combine advanced technology with traditional fieldwork to locate ancient sites hidden beneath forests, deserts, and layers of sediment. Many discoveries made over recent decades have shown that nature not only conceals the past but also helps preserve it. That thought always reminds me of something beautiful. Perhaps nature does not write history, but nature keeps history safe. People build cities. Time allows them to grow old, and nature patiently preserves them for generations yet to come. Carl Gustav Jung once said that what matters most is not holding on to everything forever, but learning to cherish the cycles of life. Perhaps every buried city is another chapter within that great cycle. It is born, it grows, it flourishes, it becomes still, and then, one day, it awakens once more. Tonight, as you imagine a road slowly disappearing beneath drifting sand, a public square covered with ancient tree roots, or an old city resting peacefully beneath clear blue water, perhaps you will no longer see nature and humanity as opposing worlds. Instead, you may see them as two companions traveling together. One builds, the other preserves. One tells the story, the other keeps that story alive through thousands of years. And perhaps that is history's greatest wonder. These cities were not lost because of nature. They were entrusted to nature, so that one distant day, when humanity becomes patient enough, humble enough, and curious enough, they will quietly open their doors once again, inviting us inside, to listen to yet another chapter in the story of our shared human journey. In the next chapter, we will continue our voyage into the deep waters, where cities that were once filled with life now rest peacefully upon the ocean floor. There, we will discover how the sea has become both a keeper of secrets and a guardian of memories that time itself seemed ready to wash away forever. Cities beneath the sea, having journeyed together through cities embraced by volcanic ash, sheltered by ancient forests, and patiently preserved beneath the sands of the desert for thousands of years. Perhaps now our path leads somewhere very few people have ever been. A world without birdsong, without the whisper of the wind, without dusty roads, a soft blue light, gentle currents drifting silently through the water, and a stillness so profound that it seems even time itself has fallen asleep. This is the world beneath the sea. Perhaps, since humanity's earliest days, the ocean has inspired within us a feeling that is equal parts reverence and curiosity. The sea has always been both a bridge connecting civilizations and a boundary separating distant lands. It carries ships filled with precious goods. It carries travelers. It carries dreams of places yet unseen. But the sea can also keep what it receives. A ship, a harbor, or even an entire city. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that water is one of the deepest symbols of the unconscious. Its surface reflects the world we can see, but its depths preserve what ordinary eyes cannot reach. Perhaps the ocean is much like the human soul. Above, the waves are always moving. Below, ancient memories sleep in silence. I often imagine a morning more than 2,000 years ago, a merchant ship slowly entering a harbor, its sails filled with the wind, voices calling across the docks, clay jars being carefully unloaded, spices, wheat, fine textiles, precious stones. Together they create the lively rhythm of a thriving coastal city. No one knows. That many centuries later, those streets will rest beneath the sea. Those public squares will become pathways for schools of fish, and the temples that once gleamed beneath the sunlight will be seen only when illuminated by the lamps of divers. One such city was called Heraklion. Today, Heraklion is known as an important ancient Egyptian port city, located near the mouth of the Nile. After lying beneath the waters of Abu Qir Bay for many centuries, it was rediscovered by underwater archaeologists in the late 20th century, opening remarkable new insights into the region's commercial and religious history. What moves me most is not the scale of Heraklion, but its silence. Imagine, for more than 1,000 years, no one knew the city was still there. No visitors, no footsteps, only the gentle movement of water. Schools of fish, layers of sediment quietly settling upon statues, columns, stone stairways. Perhaps the sea never tried to erase the city. Perhaps it was simply lulling it to sleep. Carl Gustav Jung believed that within the depths of the unconscious, there are things that have never truly disappeared. They no longer appear upon the surface of consciousness, yet they remain. Perhaps Heraklion is much like one of those deep memories, invisible, yet still present, quietly, patiently, waiting for the day it will awaken. I often like to imagine the first divers who discovered those enormous statues resting upon the seabed. Perhaps, in that moment, they did not simply uncover stone. They uncovered time, a time that had stopped, yet had never truly vanished. Leaving Heraklion behind, we continued to another city, Canopus. Today, Canopus also rests beneath the waters near Heraklion. In antiquity, it was renowned as an important religious and commercial center, where ships arriving from across the Mediterranean anchored before continuing deeper into Egypt. Perhaps, long ago, sailors catching sight of Canopus in the distance felt much the way we do today when we first see the lights of a city after a long journey. It was more than a place to trade. It was a place to rest, to meet new people, to hear stories carried from lands far beyond the horizon. Perhaps every harbor is a place where the world comes together. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that every encounter has the power to transform us. Perhaps the great harbor cities of the ancient world are among the finest examples of that truth. There, languages met other languages, beliefs met other beliefs, ideas met other ideas, and civilizations were shaped through countless small encounters. What touches me most is that although Heraklion and Canopus now rest beneath the sea, their stories continue. They are no longer told by merchants, no longer carried by ships. Instead, they are told by archaeologists, divers, historians, and by people like us, quietly sitting here, listening. Today, underwater archaeology employs advanced technologies, including seabed mapping, positioning systems, and underwater surveying to investigate submerged ancient cities. These methods have led to the discovery of thousands of artifacts and structures once hidden by time and the sea. That makes me think, the sea has never kept history for itself. It has simply waited until humanity became patient enough to search. Carl Gustav Jung once said that the things of greatest importance are rarely found in the places that are easiest to see. Perhaps the same is true of history. Its greatest treasures sometimes lie in its deepest places, not only beneath the earth, but beneath the sea. Tonight, as you gently close your eyes, imagine yourself slowly descending into the ocean. The light upon the surface gradually grows more distant. The sounds of the modern world slowly disappear. Only your heartbeat remains, your quiet breathing. And ahead, An ancient stone gateway slowly emerges through the blue water, columns covered with coral, great statues standing in silence, as though they had never known the passage of time. Perhaps the cities beneath the sea do not wish for us to mourn them, they simply wish to remind us that some stories become even more precious the deeper they rest. The farther I imagine descending into the ocean, the more I feel that the sea is not a cemetery, it is a library. The only difference is, its books are not made of paper. They are written in stone, in ancient stairways, in forgotten harbors, in roads where only silent schools of fish now pass. Perhaps, nowhere on earth reminds humanity of humility more profoundly than the ocean floor. There is no traffic, no modern skyline, no urgency, only a stillness stretching across thousands of years. And within that stillness, history continues to breathe. Carl Gustav Jung believed that we often fear what lies beneath the surface, because it exists beyond our complete control. The ocean is much the same. We can measure the height of mountains. We can cross vast deserts. Yet the sea still keeps countless secrets for itself. Perhaps that is why every submerged city possesses such a unique beauty. Not the beauty of grandeur, but the beauty of stillness. One such place is Pavlopetri. Today, it is regarded as one of the oldest submerged cities yet identified by archaeologists. What is truly astonishing is that after thousands of years, researchers can still recognize its streets, its courtyards, its walls, its houses, even the way the city itself was planned, as though the entire settlement had slipped beneath the sea only yesterday. Underwater archaeological research shows that Pavlopetri dates back to the Bronze Age and experienced significant changes resulting from geological activity and fluctuations in sea level. Modern surveys have made it possible to reconstruct much of its urban layout, revealing a once thriving coastal community. Whenever I look at reconstructed maps of Pavlopetri, I always find myself wondering, long ago, how many children ran through those streets? How many families sat outside their homes as the sun slipped below the horizon? How many people stood upon its harbor, watching the distant sea, hoping that someone they loved would soon return? History rarely answers questions like these, yet it is precisely these questions that make history feel so close to us. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what truly moves the human heart is not numbers, but stories. Perhaps, when we look upon an ancient wall beneath the sea, we are not moved by the stone itself. We are moved because we know someone once placed that stone there with their own hands. Someone believed that place would endure. Someone dreamed that their children would grow up within those streets. And then, time quietly wrote a different story. What caused those cities to disappear beneath the sea? There is not always a single answer. Sometimes, it was an earthquake. The ground beneath people's feet shifted. The land slowly subsided. The sea advanced. The streets gradually became part of the seabed. Sometimes, it was geological subsidence, changes so gradual that the people living there scarcely noticed them. Year after year, generation after generation, the land slowly sank, until one day, the sea became the city's new keeper, and sometimes, it was not the city that descended, but the sea that rose. After the great ice ages, as immense glaciers melted, ocean levels changed. Bustling coastal settlements slowly disappeared beneath the water. Today, scientists believe that many submerged ancient cities are the result of a combination of rising sea levels, tectonic activity, earthquakes, and long-term land subsidence. Rarely does a single cause alone determine the fate of an entire city. Perhaps, life is much the same. Very few things change because of a single moment. Most transformations happen quietly, gradually, so gently that we notice them only when we look back. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the transformation of the soul usually unfolds in silence, without dramatic noise, without obvious signs. Yet one day, we suddenly realize we have become someone different. Perhaps The cities beneath the sea experienced a transformation of their own. They are no longer places where people live, yet they have become homes for another world. Columns that once supported temple roofs are now covered with soft corals. Ancient stairways have become shelters for small fish. Statues that once gazed across bustling squares now quietly watch the currents drifting by. At first glance, it seems like loss, but if you remain long enough, you begin to see something else. It is also a continuation. Nature did not erase the city. Nature simply entrusted it with a new purpose. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that life always finds a way to continue. Perhaps the same is true of cities. They no longer serve humanity, yet they continue to nurture life. A coral reef, a school of fish, an entirely new ecosystem begins upon the very stones that human hands carefully laid thousands of years ago. That realization always fills me with a quiet sense of peace, because it reminds me nothing in nature truly comes to an end. Everything simply changes its form. An old forest decays, so another forest may grow. A volcano erupts, so new land may emerge. A city sinks beneath the sea, for it to become a garden of the sea. Perhaps that is what nature has been quietly doing for millions of years. Tonight, as you imagine yourself drifting slowly through deep blue water, passing ancient streets, statues covered with coral, stone gateways where strands of seaweed sway gently with the current, perhaps those cities will no longer seem lonely. Because they were never truly abandoned, the ocean is still embracing them, time is still protecting them, and humanity, after thousands of years, still continues to return, not to possess them, but to listen to the stories the sea has patiently safeguarded for countless centuries. And perhaps that is the gentlest lesson these cities beneath the sea have to offer us, that the deepest things are not always lost. Sometimes they simply rest in a place of perfect stillness, waiting for a heart quiet enough to find them. In our next chapter, we will leave the depths of the ocean behind and journey into the great ancient metropolises that once stood at the center of entire worlds. Together, we will discover how people, thousands of years ago, built vast cities with astonishing sophistication, and why so many of them continue to amaze scientists today. The ancient megacities that once ruled the world, having journeyed together beneath the sea to visit cities sleeping peacefully upon the ocean floor, perhaps now it is time to return to the land, but not in search of small villages. Instead, we will step into cities so immense that, standing upon a distant hill, you might believe you were looking at a world with no visible end. When we think of modern cities, we often imagine crowded places with hundreds of thousands, even millions, of inhabitants as achievements of only the past few centuries. Towering buildings, broad avenues, sophisticated water systems, carefully planned neighborhoods. All of these seem like the unmistakable signatures of the modern world. Yet history tells a different story. Long before today's great cities ever appeared, humanity had already built urban centers so vast that they continue to astonish modern archaeologists. Some possessed carefully organized networks of roads, ingenious water systems, clearly planned residential districts, bustling marketplaces, magnificent temples, and communities where tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people live together within remarkably well-organized spaces. That always leaves me wondering, how could people, working with such simple tools, create something so extraordinary? Carl Gustav Jung believed that humanity's greatest miracle does not lie in the strength of any single individual. It lies in our remarkable ability to share symbols, beliefs, and common purposes. Perhaps, a city has never truly been built from stone alone. It is built through cooperation, through trust, and through the shared dream of thousands of people. Let us begin our journey in a place that, when seen from above, resembles enormous veins spreading across an endless green forest. Angkor. Today, Many people know Angkor because of its magnificent temples, especially Angkor Wat. Yet what truly amazes researchers lies beyond the temples themselves. It is the immense urban landscape surrounding them. Archaeological research and LiDAR mapping have shown that Angkor was far more than a collection of temples. It was an enormous city supported by an extensive network of canals, reservoirs, roads, and residential districts, reflecting an extraordinary level of urban planning and environmental management within the Khmer civilization. I often imagine Angkor at sunrise, the first light appearing behind its stone towers, birdsong echoing through the forest, water shimmering across vast reservoirs, farmers beginning a new day, artisans opening their workshops, monks walking slowly through long corridors, the entire city awakening like a single living organism. What moves me most is that Angkor was never built to conquer nature. It was designed to live alongside it. Its canals, its enormous reservoirs, its surrounding fields, everything worked together like a living circulatory system. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings flourish most fully when they recognize themselves as part of a greater whole. Perhaps Angkor offers one of the most beautiful expressions of that idea. Leaving Southeast Asia, we continue toward another remarkable land, where the sun rises above towering stepped pyramids, Teotihuacan. Even today, no one knows with certainty what the city's original builders called it. The name Teotihuacan was given centuries later by the Aztecs, long after the city had already been abandoned. Yet that mystery only deepens its wonder. The moment you see its broad, straight avenues, its immense plazas, its towering pyramids, you immediately understand. This was no ordinary settlement. It was once among the largest urban centers in the ancient Americas. Archaeologists estimate that during its height, Teotihuacan may have been home to tens of thousands, or even well over 100,000 people, with a highly organized urban plan that profoundly influenced many neighboring cultures. I have always been captivated by the Avenue of the Dead, a great road stretching through the heart of the city. Today, it is quiet, only the wind remains. But if you gently close your eyes, perhaps you can still hear the footsteps of people who walked there thousands of years ago. Craftsmen, merchants, pilgrims, children, elders, all of them once followed that same road. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every road symbolizes an inner journey. Perhaps the great avenues of ancient cities carry that same meaning. They do more than connect neighborhoods. They connect people to one another, and each individual to something greater than themselves. Our journey continues toward the valley of the Indus River. There we find a city that continues to astonish even modern engineers. Mohenjo-daro. If you did not know it had existed more than 4,000 years ago, you might easily believe it had been planned by contemporary urban designers. Its streets intersect almost perfectly at right angles. Its drainage system displays remarkable sophistication. Many homes possessed their own wells. There were public bathing facilities, clearly organized residential districts. Today, Mohenjo-daro is recognized as one of the principal centers of the Indus Valley civilization. Its urban design and infrastructure demonstrate an exceptional level of engineering and social organization for its time. Whenever I read about Mohenjo-daro, I cannot help but feel humbled, because it reminds me that people thousands of years ago were already thinking about public sanitation, water management, the thoughtful organization of everyday life, things we sometimes imagine to be uniquely modern achievements. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that humanity's wisdom belongs to no single age. It has been gathered through countless generations. Perhaps every brick in Mohenjo-daro quietly reminds us that the people of the past were never primitive in the way we sometimes imagine. They observed, they created, they dreamed, and they, too, tried to build better lives for those they loved. Tonight, as your imagination slowly walks the great avenues of Teotihuacan, watches the sunrise over the towers of Angkor, or stands quietly among the orderly streets of Mohenjo-Daro, perhaps you will recognize something beautiful. The greatest thing humanity has ever created was never merely monuments of stone. It was our ability to transform empty land into a city, to transform strangers into a community, and to transform individual dreams into an entire civilization. Yet, like every story throughout history, greatness always walks beside challenge. After wandering together along the grand avenues of Angkor, listening to the silence of Teotihuacan, and marveling at the remarkable planning of Mohenjo-Daro, perhaps you are beginning to notice something fascinating. Human history has never lacked great cities. On the contrary, there were times when, across distant parts of the world, people were almost simultaneously creating immense, complex, and vibrant urban centers. Those cities were like stars. They shone brightly. Their influence reached far beyond their own borders. Then one day, their light quietly faded, not because they had never been magnificent, but because every star follows its own cycle. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that throughout nature, every form of life moves according to recurring cycles. There is birth, growth, brilliance, and eventually, a return to stillness. Perhaps, cities follow that same rhythm, no differently than forests, or the lives of human beings themselves. Let us continue our journey to a city once spoken of across the Mediterranean with profound respect, Carthage. Today, standing among its surviving ruins, it is difficult to imagine that this was once one of the most powerful maritime and commercial centers of the ancient world. From its bustling harbors, its shipyards, its marketplaces filled with goods arriving from 3 continents, Carthage connected distant lands through maritime routes stretching across the Mediterranean. Historical research shows that Carthage developed into a major center of commerce, seafaring, and military power before its conflicts with Rome. Although much of the city was devastated during war, its surviving remains still reflect the remarkable scale and organization of Phoenician civilization in North Africa. I often imagine that every afternoon, the harbor of Carthage echoed with sailors calling to one another, the sound of wood striking the sides of ships, the scent of sea salt mingling with exotic spices, people from distant lands meeting, trading, and sharing stories carried across the sea. A city is never built only from stone. It is also built from encounters. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every genuine encounter enlarges the inner world of the individual. Perhaps the same is true of civilizations. The more deeply a city connects with others, the richer it becomes, not only in wealth, but in wisdom. Leaving the Mediterranean behind, we travel to North America, to a place whose name still surprises many people when they first hear it, Cahokia. Many people imagine that before Europeans arrived, North America consisted primarily of scattered small communities. Yet archaeology has revealed a far richer story. Cahokia was once a major urban center, with enormous earthen mounds, vast plazas, and a thriving population. Archaeologists believe that at its height, Cahokia was among the largest urban settlements north of Mexico, demonstrating remarkable social organization and engineering within the Mississippian culture. What moves me deeply is that centuries after Cahokia declined, nature quietly covered its great mounds with grass. At first glance, they resemble ordinary hills, until people begin to dig and discover that beneath those peaceful fields lies the memory of an entire city. Perhaps nature never intended to hide history. It simply chose to preserve it patiently. Then we continue towards southern India, to a city that astonished many travelers during the medieval world, Vijayanagara. Those who visited described broad avenues, bustling markets, palaces, temples, gardens, and a city overflowing with life. Today, the archaeological remains at Hampi reveal Vijayanagara as a major political, economic, and cultural center of southern India. The scale of the city and its remarkable architectural remains reflect an extraordinary period of regional prosperity. I often enjoy imagining the sounds of such a city: temple bells, merchants calling through the markets, children laughing, water flowing gently through its gardens. Sounds that seem so ordinary, yet once they disappear, they become immeasurably precious. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that people often recognize the value of something only after it is gone. Perhaps ancient cities teach us to be grateful for the present, grateful for the home we live in, the road we travel each day, the laughter of those we love, because one day, all of these, too, will become history. What has stayed with me most after visiting these great ancient metropolises is not their immense size, nor their magnificent monuments, but one very simple truth. Behind every stone stood a human being. Behind every public square were thousands of encounters. Behind every road were countless footsteps. History often remembers kings, but a city is created by bakers, farmers, water carriers, builders, merchants, children, and elders. They are the true soul of every civilization. Carl Gustav Jung believed that a community becomes truly strong only when each individual finds meaning in the work they do. Perhaps that is also the secret of the ancient megacities. They endured not merely because of high walls, but because tens of thousands of people shared a common belief that together they were building something greater than themselves. Today, as archaeology continues to reveal the true scale of ancient urban civilizations, we increasingly recognize the extraordinary levels of social organization, engineering, and cooperation achieved by our ancestors. These discoveries invite us to look upon the past with deeper humility and respect. Perhaps the greatest achievement of these cities is not how crowded they once were, nor how wealthy they became. It is that after thousands of years, they still cause us to stop, to fall silent, and to wonder what will remain when our own cities, too, become part of the past. Tonight, as your imagination drifts above the temple towers of Angkor, walks the Avenue of the Dead in Teotihuacan, follows the perfectly ordered streets of Mohenjo-Daro, looks across the harbors of Carthage, the great earthworks of Cahokia, and the vast plazas of Vijayanagara, perhaps you will no longer feel like someone merely studying history. Instead, you may feel like a traveler, quietly walking through the greatest dreams humanity has ever built. And in the next chapter, we will enter a world even more mysterious. Beneath the dense tropical forests of Central America, an entire network of Maya cities slept for centuries. Only through modern technology have we begun to realize that beneath that endless canopy of green lies one of the most extraordinary civilizations humanity has ever created, the mysterious Maya civilization. Having left behind the ancient megacities that once astonished the world, perhaps we are now about to enter a place even more extraordinary. Not a desert, not an open plain, nor a broad coastline. This time, our path leads into a forest so dense that even sunlight must patiently find its way through layer after layer of leaves. Ancient trees rise toward the sky, vines wrap themselves around weathered branches, birdsong echoes from far away. The voices of insects blend into the breathing of the earth itself. And if you listen carefully, perhaps you will begin to feel that beneath every step, something is waiting. A road, a wall, or perhaps an entire city. For hundreds of years, few could have imagined that beneath that endless sea of green, there once flourished one of the most sophisticated civilizations of the ancient Americas. The remarkable thing is, the forest did not consume those cities overnight. The forest is patient. One leaf falls, a thin layer of soil slowly gathers, roots quietly weave between the stones, century after century. Then, thousands of years passed, until enormous pyramids came to resemble gentle natural hills. Great plazas became quiet clearings carpeted with moss. Broad avenues disappeared beneath a canopy of ancient trees. Perhaps the forest never wished to erase history. It simply chose to embrace it. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that within the depths of the human soul lie many things that are hidden, yet never truly gone. There are memories, there are symbols, there are parts of ourselves so long unseen that we begin to believe they have disappeared. Perhaps the Maya cities are much the same. They were never lost. They simply fell asleep, and the forest became the guardian of their dreams. Let us begin at a place where, as the sun rises, towering stone temples emerge above the sea of trees like islands, rising from an emerald ocean. Tikal. If you were ever to stand atop one of its highest pyramids at dawn, perhaps the first thing you would notice would not be the city, but the forest, an endless expanse of green reaching toward the horizon, the treetops gently swaying in the morning mist, birdsong echoing through the air, and then, from that vast ocean of leaves, the stone temples slowly appear, as though the forest itself were telling an ancient story. Today, Tikal is recognized as one of the most important centers of the Maya civilization. Its monumental architecture, expansive plazas, and surviving structures reveal a thriving city with a rich political, religious, and cultural life. What moves me most is not the height of its pyramids, but their patience. For thousands of years, they have remained still, never asking to be remembered, never trying to tell their own story, simply waiting until humanity returned. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the things of greatest value rarely need to speak. They need only to be present. Perhaps Tikal is like that. Leaving Guatemala, we continue to another city, one that stood as Tikal's great rival for centuries, Calakmul. If Tikal feels like a beating heart, then Calakmul feels like a quiet breath, more deeply hidden, more silent, more difficult to reach, nestled within the vast forests of the Yucatan Peninsula. Calakmul was once one of the most influential centers of power in the ancient Maya world. Its archaeological remains reveal monumental architecture and complex political relationships with neighboring cities. I often imagine standing atop one of Calakmul's temples more than 1,000 years ago. What would you have seen? Perhaps not merely a city, but countless wisps of smoke rising from homes, roads connecting one plaza to another, caravans carrying goods, farmers returning home beneath the evening sky, an entire world filled with life. And yet, only a few centuries later, the forest had covered almost everything. Carl Gustav Jung believed that nature always finds a way to restore balance. Perhaps the forest never regarded those stone walls as strangers. It simply welcomed them as part of itself. Roots gently embracing every stone, moss covering every stair, trees rising from temple roofs, not as an invasion, but as a long, gentle embrace offered by time itself. Our journey continues. Now we arrive in Belize, where another remarkable city awaits, Caracol. For centuries, no one imagined its true scale, because from the ground, people saw only trees, and more trees. Today, Caracol is recognized as one of the largest Maya cities. Archaeological discoveries reveal an extensive network of roads, plazas, and monumental structures, reflecting a highly organized society. That always leaves me thinking, sometimes, what hides the truth is not darkness, but an overwhelming abundance of green. We look upon the forest and believe there is nothing there but trees, while beneath our feet, an entire civilization quietly rests. Carl Gustav Jung once said that people often see only what they are prepared to see. Perhaps, for centuries, we failed to see the Maya cities, not because they were absent, but because we did not yet know how to look. Today, after decades of archaeological research, scientists have gained a far deeper understanding of the scale and interconnectedness of Maya cities. These discoveries reveal a population density and level of development far greater than scholars once imagined. That reminds me of a beautiful thought. Perhaps history itself is like a forest. At first glance, we see only its surface, but the more patiently we observe, the more carefully we listen, the more deeply we look, the more we discover that beneath what appears familiar, wonders are quietly waiting. Tonight, as your thoughts wander beneath the ancient canopy, breathing in the scent of rain-soaked earth, listening to birds calling in the distance, watching the stone temples gradually emerge above the sea of leaves, perhaps you will begin to feel what so many archaeologists have felt before you, that this forest has never truly been silent. It has always been telling stories, only in a language that moves very slowly, the language of roots, of stone, of time. After walking together beneath Tikal's towering trees, standing quietly within the stillness of Calakmul, and sensing the deep breath of Karakol, perhaps now we are ready for one of the greatest discoveries in modern archaeology. It was not simply that humanity found another city, it was that we realized everything we thought we knew about the Maya civilization was only the beginning of a much larger story. For a very long time, researchers believed the Maya built isolated cities, each one standing like an island within a vast green sea. Then, science offered an entirely new perspective, not through shovels, not through decades of excavation, but through beams of laser light passing high above the forest. Today, LiDAR, light detection and ranging technology, mounted on aircraft and other aerial survey platforms, can penetrate the gaps between the forest canopy to measure the landscape below. After digitally removing the vegetation, researchers are able to reveal hidden roads, canals, buildings, terraces, and settlements concealed beneath the jungle. I have always found that extraordinary. For centuries, people stood within the forest, seeing only trees, but from above, with an entirely different way of looking, a whole world appeared. Straight roads, great plazas, stone stairways, reservoirs, communities connected together, like living veins quietly spreading beneath an endless sea of green. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that sometimes what we need is not a new world, but a new way of seeing. Perhaps LiDAR has done exactly that. It did not change the forest. It did not change history. It changed only the way humanity looked at history. And because of that, a civilization we believed we understood became far greater than we had ever imagined. Our journey continues to Copan. If Tikal inspires us with its height and Calakmul with its grandeur, then Copan invites us to linger over its smallest details. Carved stairways, stone monuments, faces sculpted with almost unimaginable patience. Today, Copan is celebrated for its remarkable stelae, stone sculptures, and architectural masterpieces, which reflect the Maya civilization's highly developed artistic traditions and writing system. Its inscriptions have helped scholars better understand the city's rulers, ceremonies, and history. I often wonder, how many years did one artisan devote to carving a single relief? Did he ever imagine that more than 1,000 years later, people would still stand quietly before his work? Perhaps he did not. Perhaps he simply gave his whole heart to the task before him. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every sincere act of creation is a dialogue between the human spirit and something greater than itself. Perhaps the Maya artisans were having that very conversation, leaving Copan behind. We arrive at a name that transformed the world's understanding of the Maya, El Mirador. Hidden deep within the Guatemalan jungle, El Mirador remained concealed beneath the forest for thousands of years. Today, research shows that the site contains immense monumental structures and an extensive network of elevated causeways linking different areas. These discoveries have helped demonstrate that Maya urban development began earlier and reached a far greater scale than scholars once believed. Sometimes, El Mirador feels almost like a dream, not because it is imaginary, but because it seems almost impossible to believe that a city of such immense scale could sleep beneath the forest for thousands of years. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the unconscious never ceases its quiet work. It simply waits patiently for the right moment to be recognized. Perhaps El Mirador is much the same. It never disappeared. It simply waited until humanity learned how to see. And then we arrive at a place whose image is familiar to people all over the world. Chichén Itzá. When the morning sun climbs high, its stone steps shine brilliantly beneath the light. When evening falls, the shadow of the Great Pyramid stretches slowly across the earth, as though time itself still walks gently through this place. Today, Chichén Itzá is one of the most celebrated Maya archaeological sites, reflecting a remarkable integration of architecture, astronomy, and ceremonial life. It stands as enduring evidence of the ancient Mayas' sophisticated understanding of the heavens and their extraordinary planning abilities. What moves me most is not merely the monument itself, but the way its builders look toward the sky, watching the movement of the sunday, the stars, the changing seasons, then transforming those observations into architecture. Perhaps they built their city not only upon the earth, but in harmony with the heavens. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings seek meaning by connecting the outer world with the inner one. Perhaps the Maya monuments are another expression of that timeless journey. What has stayed with me most, after all the discoveries made possible through LiDAR, is not the number of cities uncovered, nor the vastness of their landscapes, but the humility these discoveries inspire. Because it turns out, for a very long time, humanity underestimated an entire civilization, simply because we had not yet seen the whole picture. Today, numerous LiDAR surveys reveal that the ancient Maya world possessed a far more extensive network of cities, roads, agricultural terraces, reservoirs, and infrastructure than had previously been recognized. These discoveries have profoundly reshaped scholarly understanding of the scale and interconnectedness of Maya civilization. Perhaps the same is true of life itself, how easily we reach conclusions after seeing only a small part. Carl Gustav Jung reminded us that what we perceive is always limited by the boundaries of our conscious awareness. To understand more completely, we must learn to look more deeply, more patiently, and with greater openness. Tonight, imagine yourself drifting slowly through the skies above Central America. Beneath you stretches an endless emerald forest. Then gentle beams of light begin to pierce the canopy, revealing roads, plazas, reservoirs, pyramids, an entire world once thought forgotten. Perhaps you will feel something quietly comforting. The Maya cities never truly disappeared. They were simply waiting until humanity possessed the technology to see them, the humility to listen, and the curiosity to keep asking questions. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the Maya civilization has left us. Not merely monuments of stone, but the gentle reminder that the world is always far greater than what our eyes alone can see. And in our next chapter, we will continue our journey towards cities that were neither destroyed nor hidden by nature, but simply forgotten by history itself. There, we will explore why civilizations that once shone so brilliantly gradually faded from humanity's memory, until one quiet day, the past gently knocked upon the door of the present. Cities forgotten by history, having left behind the emerald forests of the Maya civilization. Perhaps now, we enter a journey that is quieter still. There are no towering pyramids, no cities sleeping beneath the sea, no layers of volcanic ash, no dense forests concealing history. This time, what hides these cities is something far more invisible. It is forgetfulness. Perhaps, of everything that can happen to a city, the saddest fate is not destruction, not being swallowed by an earthquake, not being buried beneath lava or the sea, but waking one day to find that no one remembers it ever existed. The streets are still there, the walls are still standing, The stones remain exactly where they were placed, yet the city's name slowly disappears from stories, from maps, from humanity's memory. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that whatever is no longer held within conscious awareness gradually sinks into the depths of the unconscious. Yet that does not mean it has vanished. It remains there, quietly shaping the present. Perhaps history is much like the human soul. There are civilizations, there are cities, there are people who are no longer spoken of, yet their traces continue to live on. In architecture, in culture, in language, even in the roads we still walk each day. That thought always leaves me wondering, how many cities in this world were never destroyed by war, never consumed by nature, but simply found themselves left behind as history changed its course. People departed, the markets grew silent, doors quietly closed, and then stillness slowly settled over everything, like evening light gently spreading across an open field, not with violence, not with noise, only softly, so softly that no one noticed the moment when everything first began to disappear. Let us begin our journey in southern Africa, where a great stone city once astonished the first explorers who laid eyes upon it. Great Zimbabwe. Today, its immense stone walls still stand, built without mortar, without cement. Great stones carefully balanced together with astonishing craftsmanship. After centuries, they remain remarkably intact. Archaeological research shows that Great Zimbabwe served as the political, economic, and commercial center of a powerful kingdom in southern Africa between approximately the 11th and 15th centuries. Its monumental stone architecture reflects an exceptional level of engineering skill and social organization. What moves me most is not merely the walls themselves, but their silence. Imagine there were once mornings when the sun rose above those stone walls. Smoke drifted upward from hundreds of homes. Children's laughter echoed through the streets. Merchants arrived carrying gold, ivory, pottery, and countless stories from distant lands. Then, time passed. People departed. The voices faded away. Only the stones remained, standing quietly, like the last faithful guardians of memory. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most powerful symbols often exist in silence. Perhaps the walls of Great Zimbabwe are such a symbol. They never need to speak. Yet anyone who stands before them feels the weight of time. Leaving southern Africa, we continue westward to a place whose name many people have never heard. Geno. There are no towering pyramids, no magnificent stone palaces, yet this was once one of the earliest cities in sub-Saharan Africa. Archaeological discoveries show that Geno developed remarkably early as a thriving center of commerce, craftsmanship, and cultural exchange. It also demonstrates that urban civilization in West Africa emerged independently and with extraordinary vitality. That always makes me reflect. History itself is often fair. Human memory is not. Some civilizations appear in every history book. Some cities fill countless films. Yet there are others that once mattered deeply and quietly slipped into obscurity, not because they were any less remarkable, but because history simply turned its attention elsewhere. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what is forgotten does not necessarily lose its value. Sometimes, the things left behind hold the most important parts of the story. Perhaps, archaeology is not merely searching for cities. It is returning a voice to civilizations that were once left unheard. Our journey continues to a place once called the Jewel of the Silk Road, Merv. Today, its ruins stretch peacefully across an arid landscape. It is difficult to imagine that there was once a time when Merv stood among the largest cities on Earth, a meeting place for merchants, scholars, poets, caravans, and countless cultures. Historical research shows that Merv flourished because of its strategic location, along the great trade routes crossing Asia, becoming an important economic and cultural center throughout many periods of history. I often like to imagine Merv on a distant afternoon, caravans entering through its gates, soft desert dust drifting through the golden light, many languages blending together, a storyteller arriving from Persia, a merchant from Central Asia, a scholar traveling from the West. They may never have realized that their ordinary conversations would quietly help shape history itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that people grow through encounters with one another. Perhaps civilizations do as well. Not through isolation, but through connection. Today, when researchers study Great Zimbabwe, Gene Geno, or Merv, they see far more than ancient ruins. They uncover networks of trade, relationships between cultures, and stories that once connected lands separated by immense distances. That realization reminds me, perhaps, a city's greatness is never measured by the height of its walls, but by the number of lives that once found hope within them. Tonight, as your thoughts wander slowly through the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe, listen to the wind crossing the fields of Gene Geno, or stand beside the ancient gates of Merv as the sun slowly sets. Perhaps you will feel a very gentle peace. These cities do not resent humanity for forgetting them. They simply wait, waiting for the day when someone returns, stands quietly for a long while, places a hand upon an ancient stone, and whispers, "I remember you now." Perhaps that is all any lost city has ever hoped for, not to be rebuilt, but simply to be remembered once again. Having left behind the majestic stone walls of Great Zimbabwe, listened to the quiet stillness of Gene Geno, and walked along the once bustling streets of Merv, perhaps now our journey carries us toward two more cities, separated by vast distances, yet united by the same quiet destiny. They were not buried beneath lava. They were not swallowed by the sea. They were not erased by a single catastrophic battle. Instead, they slowly faded from the world's memory. Perhaps forgetfulness never arrives all at once. It comes very gently, like the fading light of sunset. At first, everything remains just as it was. Then the light begins to soften. The colors slowly fade. The voices become fewer, until night gently settles over the land, and no one can say exactly when the day came to an end. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that whatever is no longer nourished within consciousness quietly descends into the deeper layers of the soul. Yet it has not disappeared. It is simply waiting for the chance to be recognized once more. Perhaps history unfolds in much the same way. Some cities never truly die. They simply sleep for a very long time. Let us journey to a high plateau surrounded by majestic mountains, where there once stood a city known as the City of 1,001 Churches, Ani. Today, its stone walls stand silently against the wind. Collapsed domes, quiet bell towers, grass-covered streets. Together they create a beauty that is both magnificent and profoundly lonely. Historical research shows that Ani was once the capital of the Bagratid Armenian kingdom and grew into an important center of commerce, religion, and culture. Situated along major trade routes, the city gradually declined after centuries of political upheaval, warfare, earthquakes, and changing commercial networks. What makes me reflect is not the reason the city declined, but the fact that it did not disappear overnight. People continued to live there, a few less each year, then fewer still. The markets became quieter. The caravans arrived less often. The city gates opened less frequently, until one day, no one opened them anymore. Perhaps, so many things in life happen the same way, not because of one great catastrophe, but because of countless tiny changes, quietly, repeated again and again, until one day we look back and realize that everything has changed. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the deepest transformations happen in silence, without dramatic announcements, without great noise, only time, patiently doing its work, leaving Ani behind. we travel toward the North African coast, where once stood one of the grandest cities of the Roman world, Leptis Magna. If you were to stand among its stone columns as the sun slowly sets, you might find it difficult to believe that this place was once alive, with bustling plazas, theaters, harbors, and broad avenues. Today, Leptis Magna is regarded as one of the best preserved Roman cities in the world. Over time, declining trade, political instability, and regional changes gradually diminished its importance as a major urban center. I often imagine an ordinary morning in Leptis Magna, merchants opening their shops, craftsmen beginning their work, carts crossing the plazas, laughter echoing through the streets. None of those people could have imagined that centuries later, only the sound of the sea breeze would remain. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that we often believe whatever exists today will exist forever. Yet it is our awareness of impermanence that makes life truly precious. Perhaps the ancient cities are quietly reminding us of that truth. No greatness lasts forever, but that does not make it meaningless. Quite the opposite. Because it is temporary, it becomes all the more beautiful. What has touched me most after visiting Great Zimbabwe, Jene, Jeno, Merv, Ani, and Leptis Magna is the realization that not every city ends beneath the clash of swords. Many cities simply drift into a long sleep. A river changes its course. A trade route shifts. A dynasty comes to an end. A region loses its central place. People gradually leave. Homes close their doors. Markets fall silent. There is no explosion, no fire, only silence, as light as dust, yet powerful enough to reshape history. Today, historians generally understand that the decline of many ancient cities resulted from a combination of environmental change, economic shifts, changing trade routes, political instability, and demographic transformation. Rarely can the disappearance of an entire city be explained by a single cause. Perhaps the same is true of every human life. No one changes in a single day. We are shaped and transformed by countless small moments. Carl Gustav Jung once said that what truly matters is not resisting time, but living deeply enough that every moment carries meaning. Perhaps the ancient cities accomplished exactly that. Even though today they remain only as weathered ruins, they continue to inspire, they continue to tell stories, they continue to make people stop and quietly reflect. Tonight, as your thoughts wander beneath the broken arches of Ani, rest for a while among the stone columns of Leptis Magna. Listen to the wind passing through plazas where no footsteps remain. Perhaps you will realize the saddest fate for a city is not collapse. It is when no one remembers. The people once lived there, loved there, hoped there, laughed there, cried there, and devoted their lives to building a home for the generations that would follow. Yet at that very moment, you may also discover something deeply comforting. As long as one person still walks there, as long as one person still listens, as long as one person still tells the story, that city has never truly disappeared. Perhaps that is history's most beautiful purpose, not merely to preserve stones, but to keep memory alive. And in our next chapter, we will leave behind the cities forgotten by history and journey toward the great crossroads of the ancient world. Together, we will explore the remarkable trading centers where caravans, merchant ships, and civilizations met, creating cities that were rich not only in wealth, but also in knowledge, culture, and the exchange of human ideas. The cities that once became the world's great trading centers. Having quietly departed from the cities that history gently covered with the soft veil of forgetfulness, perhaps now we enter an entirely different world. A world not filled with silence, but alive with the footsteps of camels, the creaking of wagon wheels upon dusty roads, the sound of waves meeting crowded harbors, the mingling of many languages across bustling marketplaces. If the cities we have just visited resembled closed journals, then tonight's cities resemble crossroads, places where countless roads met, countless people met, and countless civilizations came together to write new chapters of history. Perhaps humanity has never truly lived only within the boundaries of its own homeland. From the earliest times, we carried seeds, fine cloth, clay vessels, precious gemstones, books, stories, and even our dreams, to exchange with people we had never met before. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that every encounter has the power to expand the inner world of the human spirit. Perhaps that is true not only for individuals, but for civilizations as well. The wider a city opens its gates, the richer its soul becomes. Imagine a morning in a distant age. The sun has only just risen above the horizon. A caravan of camels moves slowly across the desert. Small bells hanging from their necks gently ring with every step. Fine sand drifts through the golden morning light. After many weeks crossing the arid wilderness, at last, a city appears ahead. Stone gateways, graceful columns, bustling marketplaces, deep wells, rare green gardens blooming within the endless desert. This is the moment countless ancient merchants once experienced as they arrived at Palmyra. Standing in the heart of the vast desert, Palmyra was like an oasis of hope. Historical research shows that Palmyra became one of the ancient world's most important commercial centers, linking trade routes between the Mediterranean, Mesopotamia, and Persia. Its prosperity grew from its strategic position along the great desert caravan routes. I often imagine the marketplace of Palmyra. There, one merchant brings silk from the east, another carries glass from Rome, another offers fragrant spices from the Arabian Peninsula. Someone else arrives with precious stones gathered from distant mountains. Yet, perhaps, the most valuable thing they exchanged was never merchandise. It was stories. A tale about a sea someone else had never seen. A legend carried from the east. A song sung by desert nomads. A new idea. A new way of seeing the world. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most enduring symbols transcend every language. Perhaps it was along these ancient trade routes that symbols, beliefs. I have translated your text faithfully, preserving every detail without adding or removing content. The tone is gentle, reflective, and adapted for a soothing bedtime narration inspired by Carl Gustav Jung, while keeping the historical statements accurate. And so, the stories of humanity journeyed together. Leaving Palmyra behind, we continue to another city that, for centuries, became a meeting place of knowledge, Taxila. If Palmyra was where goods came together, then Taxila was where ideas met. Today, Taxila is recognized as one of the ancient world's great centers of learning, culture, and commerce. Its location along major trade routes encouraged the exchange of many civilizations and traditions of knowledge. I have always felt that a city becomes truly wealthy only when ideas are free to travel. Imagine, for a moment, a scholar from India, a merchant from Persia, a storyteller from Central Asia, a monk making his quiet pilgrimage. They sit together beneath the shade of a tree. They share a simple meal, and then they begin telling one another about the world. Perhaps those humble conversations changed history far more than we often realize. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings do not mature in isolation. We grow through encounters with what is different. Perhaps Taxila became the living expression of that truth. Not because of its walls, but because of its openness of mind. Our journey continues. Now we arrive at a name still wrapped in mystery, Ubar. For centuries, Ubar was spoken of as a legendary city, a place that prospered through the trade of frankincense, a fragrance once considered more precious than many other treasures. Today, archaeological and historical research continues to explore Ubar and the places connected to the ancient frankincense trade. across the southern Arabian Peninsula. Current discoveries suggest that this region played an important role in ancient commercial networks, although many details remain under active study. What fascinates me most is that an entire city could flourish because of a fragrance. At first, that seems almost unbelievable. But if we pause to think more deeply, we begin to understand. Human beings have never traded only the things necessary for survival. We have always exchanged beauty, shared faith, shared emotion, a fragrance, a melody, a story. Sometimes, these have traveled farther than any caravan ever could. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings continually seek meaning through symbols. Perhaps, the precious perfumes of the ancient world were never valued only for their material worth. They also became symbols of the sacred, of memory, of those invisible things we cannot hold, yet forever wish to preserve. Today, as historians study the ancient trade routes, they recognize that caravans carried far more than silk, spices, metals, and gemstones. They also transported technologies, beliefs, artistic traditions, languages, and entirely new ways of understanding the world, weaving together civilizations separated by vast distances. That realization always leaves me with a quiet sense of gratitude. Perhaps, no civilization has ever truly flourished alone. Every city, every people, has grown stronger through what it learned from others, like a river that becomes mighty only after welcoming countless smaller streams. Tonight, as you imagine yourself walking slowly beside a caravan across endless sands, the sun gradually sinks behind golden dunes. Small bells gently ring. Then, far away, the first lights of Palmyra begin to appear. Or perhaps you find yourself sitting beneath the trees of Taxila, quietly listening to stories arriving from every direction, or breathing in the faint fragrance of incense drifting along the roads that once led toward Ubar. Perhaps then you will feel what so many people in the ancient world once felt, that the world has never been connected only by roads. It has been connected by curiosity, by hospitality, by the longing to meet one another, and by the quiet belief that beyond every distant horizon, there is always a stranger waiting to become a friend. After journeying beside the caravans that crossed the sea of sand to Palmyra, listening to thoughtful conversations in Taxila, and breathing the gentle fragrance carried through the stories of Ubar, perhaps we are now ready to continue toward two remarkable cities. One was born from the desert, the other was born from the sea. At first glance, they seem to belong to entirely different worlds. Yet if we listen carefully, we discover that they share the same heartbeat, the heartbeat of connection. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that we truly come to know ourselves only after stepping beyond what is familiar. Perhaps the great trading cities of the ancient world were where civilizations themselves stepped beyond their own boundaries, to learn, to exchange, to change, and to grow together. Let us return once more to the rose-red city carved into the heart of the desert, Petra. When the first rays of sunlight touch the sandstone cliffs, the entire city seems to awaken from an ancient dream. Its walls shift from soft brown to delicate rose before glowing with golden light, as though the sun itself quietly paints the city anew every morning. Today, Petra is known as the capital of the Nabatean kingdom and one of the ancient world's most important commercial centers. Its location connected caravan routes carrying incense, spices, silk, and many other precious goods between the Arabian Peninsula, the Near East, and the Mediterranean. Yet what made Petra extraordinary was never only the buildings carved into stone. It was the people who passed through them. Imagine, a caravan has spent weeks crossing the desert. Their packs are filled with frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, pepper, spices once valued almost like gold. The travelers pass through the narrow canyon, and before them, Petra appears, not simply as a city, but as a promise of water, of safety, of welcome. Perhaps the most beautiful city is not the one with the highest walls, but the one that allows weary travelers to feel they have finally come home. Carl Gustav Jung believed that deep within every soul lies the search for an inner home, a place where we feel welcomed, accepted, and where we truly belong. Perhaps, for countless ancient caravans, Petra became exactly that feeling. Leaving the desert behind, we return to the sea, to a place where the waves have embraced history for more than 1,000 years. Heracleion. If Petra was the gateway of the desert, then Heracleion was the gateway of the sea. Today, underwater archaeological research shows that Heracleion was once one of ancient Egypt's great seaports. Before sinking beneath the waters of Abu Qir Bay, it served as an important harbor for merchant ships arriving from across the Mediterranean. I often enjoy imagining an ordinary morning in Heracleion. The sea is still calm. Ships begin arriving at the harbor. The sound of ropes tightening, oars striking the water, porters unloading cargo, seabirds calling overhead, the scent of salt, the smell of timber, the fragrance of spices rising from newly opened cargo holds. Together, they create a symphony that today survives only within our imagination. Perhaps, nowhere reveals the quiet wonder of commerce more beautifully than a harbor. There, it is never only goods that arrive. People arrive, customs arrive, stories arrive, beliefs arrive. A sailor brings a song from home. A merchant speaks of a distant land. A pilgrim shares the story of the God he worships. And slowly, those stories begin to live in another land. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most enduring symbols possess the remarkable ability to cross every boundary. Perhaps the ancient trade routes were the silent roads along which those symbols traveled. When we think about commerce, it is easy to think of gold, silver, precious stones. But if we look more deeply, perhaps the greatest thing ever exchanged throughout history was knowledge, a new method of metallurgy, a better way to cultivate the land, a new style of architecture, a musical instrument, a favorite recipe, a sacred legend. Each of these could travel, with people crossing mountains, wandering deserts, or sailing across distant seas. Today, historians recognize that ancient trade routes such as the Silk Road and the great maritime networks did far more than strengthen economies. They also spread technologies, artistic traditions, religions, languages, and countless cultural ideas from one civilization to another. That thought always fills me with quiet wonder, for it means that the civilization we inherit today was never built solely by the ancestors of one people. It was shaped by countless individuals from countless lands, each contributing something small, like countless drops of water coming together to become the ocean. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what truly connects human beings is not perfect sameness, but our ability to discover meaning within our differences. Perhaps the ancient trading cities understood this. Thousands of years ago, they never demanded that everyone become alike. They simply opened their gates so people could enter, listen to one another, learn from one another, and together create a richer world. Tonight, as you imagine yourself standing upon Petra's stone terraces, watching long caravans slowly disappear beyond the horizon, or quietly walking down to the harbor of Heracleion, where ships heavy with fragrant spices gently arrive, perhaps you will realize that the history of humanity has never been only the history of wars. It has also been the history of encounters, of handshakes, of shared meals, of conversations that lasted long into the night, and of the roads that transformed strangers into neighbors. Perhaps that is the greatest miracle of the cities that once stood at the center of the world's trade. They carried more than merchandise. They carried hope more than spices. They carried memory more than connections between distant lands. They connected human hearts. And from those quiet encounters, a shared civilization of humanity slowly began to take shape. In our next chapter, we will explore an even greater question. Why did these magnificent cities ultimately disappear? Could an entire city truly collapse because of a single earthquake, a single war, or a single drought? Or does every lost city hide a far more intricate story, one in which many causes quietly intertwine, gathering strength over centuries until history gently turns to a new page? Why do cities disappear? After wandering together through cities resting beneath the sea, ancient settlements sleeping beneath dense forests, great trading centers that once connected the world, and civilizations remembered only through stone and sand, perhaps we have now arrived at the greatest question of our entire journey. A question humanity has quietly asked for thousands of years. What truly causes a city to disappear? At first, the answer seems simple. Some would say, war. Others think of earthquakes. Others speak of volcanoes. Still others point to floods or long years of drought. But if we listen to history very slowly, if we walk beside every stone, every road, every marketplace we have explored together, perhaps you will discover that no city tells a simple story. Every collapse resembles a single leaf drifting from its branch. The moment the leaf falls lasts only a few seconds, yet the journey that led to that moment began long before. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that every great transformation in nature begins with movements so small they almost escape our notice. Some changes unfold so quietly that we fail to see them, until one day, the entire landscape before us has become something different. Perhaps the history of cities follows that same quiet rhythm. No city ever awakens one morning knowing it has reached its final day. Everything begins gently. Let us begin with nature. For before humanity raised its first walls, nature was already there. And after the last wall has fallen, nature continues. Throughout many of the stories we have shared together, volcanoes have appeared as figures that are both fearsome and mysterious. An eruption may last only a matter of hours, yet it can reshape the destiny of an entire civilization. Ash settles upon rooftops. Molten lava advances without haste, not because nature is angry, but because the earth itself is alive, still breathing, still moving, following its own ancient rhythm. What is remarkable is that the very ash that buried a city also became the blanket that preserved it for thousands of years. Perhaps nature has never been only a destroyer. Nature is also a guardian. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every ending carries within it the seed of a new beginning. Perhaps that truth belongs not only to human beings, but to cities as well. Then come the earthquakes. Unlike volcanoes, they arrive with almost no warning. The ground that people have always trusted suddenly begins to tremble. Walls lean, roofs collapse, roads split apart. Yet even after the shaking ends, the story is often only beginning. Sometimes an entire city has been weakened. A harbor can no longer be used. A river changes its course. A vital trade route is broken. And then people begin to leave. History rarely ends in a single moment. More often, it slowly dissolves, little by little, like ice melting beneath the warmth of the sun. Perhaps floods are much the same. Water always carries two faces. A gentle river may nourish millions of lives, yet when it changes its course, it may quietly abandon an entire city. Some civilizations flourished because of a river, and eventually, it was that very river's transformation that slowly brought their story to a close. I have always felt that this resembles life itself. What once nourishes us, sometimes, becomes the very thing that asks us to change. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that no one can step into the same river of the soul twice, for both the river and we ourselves are constantly changing. Perhaps the rivers of history flow in exactly the same way. Then comes drought. Perhaps No destroyer is more patient. There is no explosion, no fire, only fields that slowly dry, wells that gradually empty, harvests that fail, year after year, until people have no choice but to leave. A city does not perish from lack of water in a single day. It fades, because hope itself slowly runs dry, season after season, generation after generation, and then the level of the sea begins to change. After the great ice ages, after long, gradual shifts in climate, the ocean slowly advances inland. Harbors disappear. Communities sink beneath the water. Roads become part of the seabed. There are no warning sirens. No one notices, because everything happens more slowly than a single human lifetime. Carl Gustav Jung once observed that the hardest changes to recognize are those that unfold almost imperceptibly. Perhaps that is why so many civilizations never truly knew when their decline had begun. Then rivers altered their paths. Deserts slowly expanded. The wind carried sand. Year after year, fields became barren ground. Marketplaces gradually grew quieter. The roads that were once alive with countless footsteps are now crossed only by the footprints of the wind. Elsewhere, the forest quietly continues to grow. Tree roots weave their way through ancient stone steps. Vines gently embrace weathered walls. Open plazas become carpets of fallen leaves. At first glance, it may seem as though nature is erasing the traces of humankind, but if you linger long enough, you begin to see the opposite. Nature does not erase, nature preserves. Today, archaeological and geological research shows that many ancient cities disappeared through natural processes, unfolding over immense spans of time. Volcanoes, earthquakes, climate change, shifting river courses, rising and falling sea levels, desertification, and the gradual spread of vegetation have all contributed to shaping the destinies of ancient urban centers. That realization has always brought me a quiet sense of peace, because perhaps nature was never trying to stand against humanity. Nature has simply continued its own eternal cycle. We build cities, nature raises mountains. We carve roads, nature redirects rivers. We raise walls, the forests scatter seeds. Neither is right, neither is wrong. There are only different rhythms, living together upon the same earth. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that wisdom begins when human beings stop trying to master nature and instead learn to listen to it. Perhaps the lost cities have been whispering that lesson to us all along, not with words, but through the silence of stone, of water, of sand, and of forests that have stood patiently for thousands of years. Tonight, as you gently close your eyes, imagine yourself standing upon the highest point of an ancient city, far away. A river quietly changes its course. Along the distant horizon, the sea slowly advances inland. Upon the mountainside, a thin ribbon of smoke rises into the sky, and within the forest behind you, the very first seeds are silently beginning to sprout. Perhaps none of these wishes to destroy the city. They are simply doing what they have always done. Continuing the endless story of the earth and humanity is only one beautiful chapter within that much longer story. After listening together to the stories told by volcanoes, rivers, oceans, and forests in the quiet language of time, perhaps we are now ready to turn another page. A chapter whose central character is no longer nature, but humanity itself. The remarkable thing is this: throughout our journey, we have watched nature transform the destinies of cities many times. Yet if we look carefully into history, we discover that many powerful cities declined. Even while nature remained gentle, there were no volcanoes, no earthquakes, no devastating floods, no endless droughts. So what happened? Perhaps it is because a city is never built from stone alone. It is also built upon trust, upon cooperation, upon commerce. upon laws, upon hope. And when those invisible foundations begin to crack, even walls of stone gradually become fragile. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the true vitality of a person is determined not by outward appearance, but by the balance of the inner world. Perhaps a city is much like a human being. To endure through time, it needs more than strong buildings. It also needs a healthy soul. We often imagine that war is the clearest reason why cities disappear. And indeed, across many ages, armies have burned libraries, destroyed temples, leveled city walls, turned bustling marketplaces into empty fields. Yet what is fascinating is that even war rarely ends everything in a single day. After the clash of swords falls silent, the city often still remains. The houses are still standing. What truly determines its future is whether people choose to return, whether the craftsmen rebuild, whether merchants reopen their shops, whether children's laughter once again fills the streets, or whether everyone quietly leaves. Perhaps what truly keeps a city alive is not its walls, but its footsteps. Carl Gustav Jung believed that a symbol remains alive only as long as people continue to believe in it. Perhaps cities follow that same truth. When no one believes a place is home anymore, it slowly begins to grow old. Then came disease. Unlike war, disease is almost invisible. There are no galloping horses, no roaring cannons, only doors that gradually remain closed, markets growing quieter, public squares, once filled with life, becoming strangely still. Fear spreads faster than any army. Some cities were never destroyed, yet they lost their most precious treasure, their people. And as populations declined, every wheel that kept the city turning began to slow. Farmers no longer had enough hands to cultivate the fields. Craftsmen no longer had enough workers. Merchants no longer had enough customers. A city is much like a garden. Without those who lovingly care for it, it slowly returns to nature. Then came political change. An empire once powerful, a king once revered, a dynasty that seemed eternal, could disappear. And when power shifted, the center of the world shifted with it. Some cities once served as capitals, yet only a few generations later, they found themselves on the distant margins, not because they had become less beautiful, but because history had chosen another direction. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that every form of power is temporary. What endures the longest is not power itself, but the values people leave behind. Perhaps the stones of the ancient cities understand that truth better than anyone. There is another cause, so quiet, yet remarkably powerful: the changing of trade routes. Imagine a great port city welcoming hundreds of ships every year. Then one day, a new route appears. Faster, Safair. The ships begin sailing elsewhere. The merchants follow. Shops quietly close. Warehouses slowly empty. There is no explosion, no fire, only silence, growing deeper each year. Perhaps a city does not always die because it is defeated. Sometimes it fades simply because the world no longer passes through it. Something similar happens when beliefs begin to change. Throughout history, some places were once the heart of great pilgrimages, the spiritual center of entire faiths. Then, over time, pilgrimage routes shifted, sacred traditions evolved, new centers emerged, people gradually departed, and those cities quietly entered the realm of memory. Carl Gustav Jung believed that symbols always change alongside humanity. Perhaps cities share the same destiny as symbols. They shine brilliantly, while they continue to hold meaning, and they slowly grow quiet when that meaning finds a new home elsewhere. Then came economic crises, sometimes a failed harvest, a broken trade route, a depleted natural resource. None of these alone is enough to bring down an entire city, but many small hardships, stretching across years, layer upon layer, can slowly cause the heartbeat of an economy to fade. People begin to leave, one family at a time, one group after another. They are not fleeing. They are simply searching for a place where hope is a little easier to find. Perhaps migration is not the end of a city. It is the quiet sign that its heart has begun to beat more slowly. Today, historians generally agree that the disappearance of many ancient cities rarely resulted from a single cause. Warfare, disease, political upheaval, shifting trade networks, economic decline, migration, and many other factors often worked together over long periods, gradually leading to the decline of an urban center. That thought always reminds me of the human body. A healthy body never stops moving. Blood continues to flow. The heart keeps beating. The lungs keep breathing. The mind keeps thinking. A city is much the same. Its roads are like arteries. Its marketplaces are like the heart. Its schools and temples are like memory itself. Its people are like living cells. If only one part begins to struggle, the body may still recover. But when many systems weaken together, life slowly begins to. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that true maturity begins when we learn to see everything as a whole. Perhaps that is how we should also learn to see history. No city disappears because of only one earthquake or only one war. Behind every collapse, there are countless smaller stories, countless decisions, countless changes, interwoven together like threads forming a single tapestry. Tonight, as your thoughts slowly wander through every city we have explored together, Pompeii, Petra, Heracleion, Tikal, Palmyra, Great Zimbabwe, or Angkor, perhaps you will notice something very gentle. No city truly dies in a single day. They simply change, little by little, just as people do, just as forests do, just as rivers do, just as time itself does. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson history offers us. Do not search for a single cause behind everything that happens in life. For just like the ancient cities, human beings are never created or lost because of one reason alone. We are the result of countless choices, countless encounters, countless losses, and countless hopes, quietly woven together, patiently, in the same way that history has always unfolded throughout thousands of years. In our next chapter, we will explore another fascinating question. Why have some cities almost completely vanished, while others have been preserved with astonishing clarity for thousands of years? The answer is not always found in their size or power. Sometimes it lies within the very bricks, stones, timber, and building materials that people chose when they first began to build their dreams. The building materials that determined the fate of cities. After journeying together through cities that once amazed the world, and quietly witnessing how time, nature, and humanity itself reshaped their destinies, perhaps we can now pause before a very simple question. A question few people ever think to ask. What determines whether a city can still be seen 1,000 years later? Is it the strength of an empire, the wealth of its merchants, the wisdom of its kings, or the glorious victories recorded in history? At first, perhaps we would think of all those things, yet archaeology gently whispers another answer. Sometimes, the fate of an entire civilization rests within its very bricks, its wooden beams, or the stones people chose to build their homes. Perhaps not every city disappears in the same way. Some were devastated by war, yet their ruins remain almost untouched after thousands of years. Others enjoyed centuries of peace, yet today almost nothing remains to tell their story. Not because they were less skilled, not because they were less creative, but because time treats every material in its own unique way. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the smallest things people often overlook repeatedly shape the direction of an entire life. Perhaps the history of cities follows that same quiet truth. Sometimes It is not the battles, but a single brick that becomes time's most faithful witness. Let us begin with humanity's oldest building material, earth. From the earliest days, people learned to mix soil with water, to shape it by hand, to leave it beneath the warmth of the sun, and thus the first mud bricks were born. Those humble bricks built homes, temples, granaries, even vast cities. At first glance, they appear fragile. A single heavy rain or several wet seasons can slowly return them to the earth. Yet what is remarkable is that these seemingly delicate bricks have preserved countless stories of humanity. In dry lands, where rain is scarce, mud bricks can endure for thousands of years. Yet in damp climates, they quietly dissolve back into the soil, as though they had never existed. That thought has always stayed with me. Perhaps the destiny of a city is determined not only by how people build it, but also by where they choose to live. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings are profoundly shaped by the environments in which they live. Perhaps bricks are no different. They cannot exist apart from rain, wind, sunlight, or time. Leaving Earth behind, we arrive at another familiar material, wood. Perhaps nothing carries the warmth of home quite like wood, the fragrance of timber, its gentle grain, the quiet sound it makes when the wind brushes against its walls. For thousands of years, wood has accompanied humanity, from small villages to thriving cities, from bridges to ships to magnificent palaces. Yet because wood itself is part of nature, it continues nature's own journey. It slowly decays. It becomes food for insects. It burns in fire, or quietly returns to the earth. Perhaps one of archaeology's greatest sorrows is that so many civilizations built from wood have left almost no visible trace, not because they lacked greatness, not because they lacked imagination, but because their chosen material understood too well how to return to nature. Today, archaeologists often recover only indirect evidence of wooden structures, such as post holes, foundations, or fragments preserved under exceptional conditions. This makes reconstructing many ancient wooden cities far more difficult than studying those built from stone. That realization always fills me with humility. How many homes once echoed with laughter? How many schools? How many bridges? Today, nothing remains except empty space. Yet that emptiness does not mean life was never there. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that some things cannot be seen, yet they continue living. Within humanity's collective memory, perhaps, wooden cities are like that. They have disappeared from the earth, but never from the human story. And then we come to the material that seems almost immortal, stone. If earth offers softness and wood offers warmth, stone offers endurance. Stone raised pyramids, temples, fortresses, bridges, and the ancient cities whose streets we can still walk today. I have always loved placing my hand upon an ancient stone wall, not because stone can speak, but because it has remained silent for such a very long time. A single block of stone can quietly witness hundreds of generations. A single stone block can witness children growing up, kings ascending to their thrones, empires rising, and eventually fading away, while the stone itself simply remains. Today, archaeological research shows that stone-built structures generally have a much greater chance of surviving across centuries, especially in regions with stable environmental conditions. That is why many of the world's best-known ancient cities still preserve their stone architecture after thousands of years. Perhaps that is why we know more about civilizations that built with stone, not because they were more important, but because time treated them more gently. That thought often makes me wonder how many extraordinary civilizations once flourished How many magnificent cities, filled with laughter, music, and dreams, have disappeared almost completely, simply because they chose different materials? Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what we know is always far smaller than what we have yet to discover. Perhaps archaeology teaches us the very same lesson. Every city we uncover does more than tell its own story. It quietly reminds us of countless others that dissolved back into the earth, into forests, into the wind, leaving behind too few traces to speak for themselves. Today, archaeologists studying an ancient site must always consider how building materials influence preservation. These factors help explain that gaps in history do not necessarily reflect a civilization's level of development, but often the fragility of the materials from which it was built. Tonight, imagine holding a sun-dried mud brick made 4,000 years ago, or gently touching the faint imprint of a wooden pillar that has long since returned to the soil, or placing your hand upon a block of stone that still stands. After countless centuries, perhaps you will feel something very special. These materials were never simply earth, wood, or stone. They are memory. They are the touch of human hands. They are dreams, once carefully built, and they remind us that sometimes what allows a city to live forever in history is not only the people who built it, but the materials into which they entrusted their hopes. After holding those ancient mud bricks, listening to the silence of wooden pillars that have returned to the earth, and touching the stones that still stand faithfully against time, perhaps we are now ready to continue our journey toward materials even more surprising, materials that, at first glance, hardly seem capable of preserving an entire civilization. Sand, salt, charcoal, ice, and the dark layers of peat. They are not palaces. They are not city walls. They are not monuments that inspire awe through their grandeur. Yet sometimes they become history's most patient guardians. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the most precious things in life are often hidden where people least expect to find them. Perhaps archaeology teaches the same quiet lesson. Sometimes the greatest protectors of humanity's memory are the simplest things of all. Let us begin with sand. In many people's imagination, the desert seems like a place that erases every trace. The wind never stops blowing. The dunes constantly change shape. Every footprint eventually disappears. Yet the remarkable truth is that the desert is both a concealer and a guardian. A city buried beneath sand may seem completely lost, yet those same layers of sand shield it from rain, soften the force of the wind, and protect its buildings from the slow destruction of time. Some roads have slept beneath the desert for thousands of years. Entire homes, walls, tiny everyday objects, quietly waiting for the day they will once again see the sunlight. I have always liked to think of sand as a blanket, not one that buries, but one that keeps memory warm. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the unconscious does not erase our most important experiences. It simply keeps them in a place of great depth. Perhaps the desert does the same with history. Next comes salt. At first, salt seems like the most ordinary thing in daily life. Yet in archaeology, salt can feel almost miraculous. In highly saline environments, certain organic materials can survive far longer than expected. Fragments of cloth, pieces of rope, the quiet traces of everyday life. They can cross thousands of years to reach us. Today, archaeologists have recovered remarkably well-preserved artifacts from environments with high salinity or unusual chemical conditions. These discoveries reveal details of ancient clothing, tools, and everyday life that would otherwise have disappeared. That thought always stays with me. Perhaps history is not preserved only inside palaces. It also survives inside the smallest things: a sandal, a scrap of cloth, a woven basket, a simple rope. Objects their owners probably never imagined would one day be treasured. Thousands of years later, then we arrive at charcoal, not the charcoal used for warmth, but the blackened remains of burned wood. At first glance, they seem fragile, dark, easily broken. Yet those tiny pieces tell extraordinary stories. They allow scientists to estimate age through radiocarbon dating. They reveal which trees people burned, how they prepared food, and even offer clues about the environments in which they lived. How remarkable that a fire which once destroyed can also leave behind the evidence that helps future generations understand what was lost. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that even painful experiences can become the beginning of deeper understanding. Perhaps charcoal is a beautiful reminder of that truth. Next comes ice. Perhaps nowhere preserves time as gently as ice. Within the cold, time itself seems to slow. Objects, footprints, even human bodies can remain preserved for centuries, sometimes for millennia. Today, archaeological discoveries from frozen environments have revealed invaluable information about ancient clothing, tools, diets, and daily life. At the same time, modern climate warming is causing many frozen archaeological sites to melt rapidly, creating urgent preservation challenges. That thought feels both wonderful and fragile, because the very thing that protected history is itself slowly disappearing. Perhaps every generation has a responsibility to listen to the stories that time is still able to share. And finally, we arrive at a material few people ever think about: peat. Dark wetlands, where plants decompose very slowly, wet, low in oxygen. At first, they seem like nothing more than quiet marshes. Yet to archaeology, they are vast archives. Today, remarkable discoveries of wood, leather, plant fibers, and even human remains have been preserved within peat bogs because of their unique environmental conditions. These finds continue to expand our understanding of ancient life in ways that ordinary archaeological sites often cannot. That realization always moves me, because somehow, even a quiet marsh can patiently protect the memory of humanity, without stone walls, without palaces, without monuments. Simply through patience, day after day, century after century. Carl Gustav Jung believed that true depth always lies beneath the surface. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson peat bows have to offer. If we look only with our eyes, we see mud. If we look with curiosity, we discover history. Today, archaeology is no longer simply the excavation of lost cities. It has become the study of how every material and every environment interacts with time, determining what survives, what disappears, and what still waits to be discovered. That realization has taught me something gentle. Perhaps time does not treat everything equally. A stone wall, a tree trunk, a fragment of cloth, a clay bowl, a grain of pollen, each follows its own journey. Each tells a different story, and together, those differences create the rich tapestry of human history. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that nothing in life is truly meaningless. Perhaps That is also true of the simplest materials: a grain of sand, a fragment of charcoal, a crystal of salt, a sheet of ice, or a quiet peat bog. Each can become a storyteller if we are willing to listen. Tonight, imagine yourself walking slowly across a silent desert, feeling soft sand slip gently between your feet, then arriving at a moonlit salt lake, its surface glittering softly, continuing onward through frozen lands where time itself seems to stand still, and finally standing quietly before a mist-covered marsh. At dawn, perhaps you will feel something deeply beautiful. History has never been written only by kings or by battles. It has also been written by earth, by water, by wind, by ice, by sand, and by the humble materials that quietly supported human life through countless generations. Perhaps bricks do more than build cities. They also determine whether the memory of those cities can travel across thousands of years to reach us. In our next chapter, we will begin an even more extraordinary journey. Together, we will discover how modern archaeology with LiDAR, ground-penetrating radar, sonar, satellites, and other advanced technologies has allowed humanity not only to excavate the past, but to learn how to read the earth itself, revealing cities once thought to be lost forever. How modern archaeology rediscovered lost cities. After listening together to the stories told by bricks, stones, wood, and even grains of sand that have quietly preserved the memory of humanity, perhaps we now arrive at one of the most remarkable chapters of our journey. Because this time, what fills us with wonder is no longer the lost cities themselves, but the way human beings found them again. A little more than a century ago, when people imagined archaeology, they often pictured a researcher wearing a wide-brimmed hat, holding a shovel, a small brush, and hands covered with dust. Today, that image still exists, but beside it stand aeroplanes, satellites circling the Earth, laser beams, sound waves traveling beneath the ocean, and instruments capable of seeing beneath the ground without lifting a single stone. It sounds like science fiction, yet it is the reality of modern archaeology. Perhaps human beings have never stopped searching for the past, only the way we search has changed. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the world we see depends upon the way we choose to look at it. The object itself does not change, but when our perspective changes, its meaning changes too. Perhaps modern archaeology is one of the finest examples of that truth. Ancient cities never truly disappeared. They were always there. For a very long time, we simply lacked the eyes to see them. Let us begin with a technology that has transformed our understanding of ancient civilizations: LiDAR. At first, it sounds like little more than a technical term, but perhaps there is a simpler image. Imagine standing high above a forest, gently lifting away its canopy just enough to glimpse the land beneath. Today, LiDAR uses laser pulses emitted from aircraft or other survey platforms to measure the distance to the Earth's surface. After vegetation is digitally removed from the data, researchers can reconstruct the landscape and identify roads, canals, plazas, buildings, and other archaeological features hidden beneath dense forests. When those first images appeared on computer screens, many archaeologists could hardly believe what they were seeing. What had once seemed to be an endless sea of trees suddenly revealed itself as an immense network of ancient cities, broad avenues, reservoirs, terraces, Below is the English translation, preserving the original meaning, pacing, and soothing bedtime narration style. No details have been added or omitted. The plazas, neighborhoods, stretching one after another, like a vast painting, whose layers of dust had just been gently brushed away by time. I have always found something deeply beautiful about that. Not because the technology is so advanced, but because it reminds us that so many things already exist. We simply have not yet learned how to see them. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that human beings do not only explore the outer world, we are also constantly learning how to look more deeply into ourselves. Perhaps LiDAR, peering through the forest, is much like our own journey through the layers of consciousness, reaching the memories that rest deep within the soul. Leaving the forests behind, we now descend into the ocean, where another technology quietly carries out its work. Sonar. If LiDAR uses light, then sonar uses sound. Waves of sound are sent down toward the seafloor. Then they return, bringing back the shape of the world sleeping beneath the water. Today, sonar is widely used in underwater archaeology to map the seafloor and detect submerged structures, shipwrecks, and the remains of ancient cities. This technology has become an essential tool for studying archaeological sites hidden beneath the water. That always reminds me of a rather curious thought. Sound itself is invisible, yet it allows us to see. Perhaps not everything needs light to be discovered. Sometimes simply learning how to listen allows us to find far more than we ever expected. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that modern people are often so busy looking that they forget how to listen. Perhaps sonar is teaching us that very lesson. Our journey continues. This time, we arrive at a technology that sounds as though it belongs to the future. Ground-penetrating radar, or simply GPR. At first glance, a grassy field, a public square, or an ordinary road may seem completely unremarkable. But when radar waves travel beneath the earth, they reflect back, revealing hidden walls, ancient foundations, and forgotten roads lying quietly below the surface. Today, ground-penetrating radar is used to survey structures buried beneath the surface without immediate excavation. This technology enables archaeologists to locate buildings, burial sites, walls, and many other archaeological features before any digging begins. What fascinates me most is that today, human beings can almost read the earth itself, like reading the pages of a book without turning every page, yet somehow still understanding the story inside. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what truly matters is not seeing more, but understanding more deeply. Perhaps GPR is also a journey toward deeper understanding. Then come the photographs taken high above the earth. There are traces that, if you stood on the ground, you would never notice. But the moment you rise into the sky, everything changes. Circles, squares, ancient street grids, forgotten walls suddenly emerge with astonishing clarity, as though someone had quietly drawn an enormous map across the face of the earth. Today, aerial photography, drones, and other remote sensing techniques help archaeologists identify subtle landscape features and architectural remains that are often impossible to recognize from ground level. That always reminds me of life itself. There are problems we can never understand when we stand too close. But once we step back, everything begins to make sense. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that distance does not always take us farther from the truth. Sometimes it allows us to see the whole picture. And finally, there are the satellites quietly circling our planet, day and night, without ever growing tired, recording the smallest changes across the Earth's surface. Today, satellite data helps researchers detect subtle variations in terrain, vegetation, and soil moisture, allowing archaeologists to identify promising archaeological sites that were previously unknown. Perhaps the greatest wonder is this, that we are able to discover the past simply by looking from hundreds of kilometers above the Earth. Today, archaeology is no longer simply the act of excavating with human hands. The combination of LiDAR, sonar, ground-penetrating radar, aerial imagery, and satellite data has opened an entirely new approach, allowing researchers to discover lost cities with greater accuracy and a more complete understanding than ever before. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine yourself floating slowly through the sky. Below you lie ancient forests, deserts, oceans, great plains, modern cities. Then the trees gradually become transparent. The earth gently opens, ancient roads to begin to appear. Plazas, walls, temples, harbors, everything is still there, quietly, patiently, as though it had never truly left this world. Perhaps the greatest miracle of modern archaeology is not the technology itself. It is the reminder that history has never disappeared. It has simply been waiting for the day human beings would learn to see with more than just their eyes. After soaring above forests with LiDAR, diving beneath the sea with sonar, peering through the earth with radar, and gazing upon the planet from far above through satellite imagery, perhaps we are now ready to enter an even more remarkable chapter, because this time, archaeologists will not be searching for towering pyramids. They will not be hunting for mighty city walls, nor will they be looking for magnificent palaces. Instead, they will kneel down, pick up a grain of pollen, a broken piece of pottery, an old coin, a weathered inscription carved into stone, or even a garbage heap that has rested silently for thousands of years. At first, that may sound rather ordinary, yet it is precisely through these tiny things that history begins to find its voice. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the unconscious often reveals itself, not through grand events, but through the smallest details that people tend to overlook. Perhaps archaeology possesses that same patience. It does not always seek the greatest discovery. Instead, it listens to the smallest one, because sometimes even a single grain of dust can tell the story of an entire civilization. Let us begin with something so fragile that even the wind could carry it away. Pollen. If someone placed before you a grain of pollen that was 3,000 years old, perhaps you would see nothing remarkable. But beneath a microscope, an entirely new world begins to unfold. Every species of plant produces pollen with its own unique form, like nature's fingerprint. Today, archaeologists and paleoethnobotanists analyze pollen preserved in soil, mud, and sediment to reconstruct ancient environments, identify the plants that once flourished, understand past climates, and even reveal how people farmed and used the land. That always moves me deeply, because it means that a forest long gone, a field that no longer exists, a garden once overflowing with flowers and fruit can still be remembered, simply because of one tiny grain of pollen. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that our deepest memories are not preserved within the loudest moments. They are often kept inside the quietest ones. Perhaps pollen grains are nature's memory. Next, come the coins. Someone once said, if you wish to understand a city, look at the coins its people used. Today, ancient coins help archaeologists date archaeological layers, trace trade routes, identify political authority, and understand the relationships between distant regions. A single small coin can reveal an astonishing amount about the era to which it belonged. I often imagine a merchant accidentally dropping one of those coins during a busy day of trading. He could never have known that 2,000 years later, a stranger would gently lift it with reverent hands, and through that tiny coin, restore an entire chapter of history. Perhaps none of us ever truly knows which small thing we leave behind today will become tomorrow's story. Then come the fragments of pottery. At first glance, they are only broken pieces, no longer whole, no longer beautiful. But to archaeology, every fragment is another piece of time itself. Today, the shape, decoration, manufacturing techniques, and composition of pottery help researchers determine age, origin, trade connections, and the daily lives of ancient communities. In many archaeological sites, pottery is the most frequently discovered type of artifact. That always reminds me of life. Sometimes we believe that broken things have lost their value, yet archaeology proves the opposite. It is often the broken pieces that allow us to understand the past most completely. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that healing begins when we find the courage to look at the parts of ourselves that are no longer whole. Perhaps history is healed in much the same way, through broken pottery, through things that seem incomplete. Then come the inscriptions, a name, a prayer, a royal decree, a poem, or perhaps only a handful of surviving characters. Yet sometimes a single line is enough to give an entire city its voice again. Today, inscriptions carved into stone, metal, clay, and other materials help researchers identify place names, dates, languages, religious beliefs, and many aspects of life in the ancient world. I have always found it deeply moving to read words carved 2,000 years ago. The person who wrote them is long gone, yet their thoughts can still reach us, as though two human beings were quietly holding a conversation across thousands of years. Next comes ash. At first, ash seems to represent only endings. A fire, a home, a forest, or a city has burned. But in archaeology, ash becomes a calendar. Today, layers of ash help identify major fire events, everyday domestic activities, cooking practices, and both natural and human-made processes. Charcoal also provides essential material for radiocarbon dating. Perhaps, even after the fire has gone out, it continues telling its story. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that no experience ever disappears completely. Everything leaves a trace. Perhaps ash is simply the memory left behind by fire. And finally, there is one place few people would ever imagine to have scientific value: a garbage dump. At first, it seems like the most insignificant place in any city. The place where unwanted things are thrown away. Yet for archaeologists, it becomes a priceless archive. Today, the study of ancient refuse deposits helps reconstruct diets, crafts, daily habits, standards of living, and changes in communities over many generations. What people discarded often reveals their everyday lives more honestly than palaces or temples ever could. That always makes me smile, because it turns out that if we truly wish to understand a civilization, sometimes we should not look at what it was most proud of. Instead, we should look at what it left behind. Perhaps real life does not exist inside palaces. It lives inside kitchens, within a chipped bowl, a forgotten scrap of food, the quiet, ordinary moments of everyday existence. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the true nature of a human being is revealed most clearly in ordinary life. Perhaps history is much the same. Today, modern archaeology combines advanced technology with the careful study of the smallest traces. A grain of pollen, an ancient coin, a pottery shard, an inscription, a layer of ash, or even an ancient garbage dump can become the key to unlocking an entire lost city. That realization has made me understand something profound. Perhaps, for a very long time, we misunderstood what archaeology really is. We imagined that it was the search for treasure, for statues, for magnificent palaces, but it is not. Archaeology is, in truth, the art of listening to what can no longer speak, reading what no longer has words, and seeing what once seemed to have disappeared forever. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine yourself sitting quietly beside an archaeological excavation. In your hand, there is only a small pottery fragment, an old coin, a grain of pollen, a piece of charcoal that cooled thousands of years ago. At first, they seem completely ordinary. But if you remain patient, if you listen long enough, you may begin to realize that every one of these tiny objects is telling a story about children who once ran through ancient streets, about craftsmen who lit their hearths every morning, about marketplaces once filled with laughter, and about cities that seemed to disappear, but in truth were only waiting for someone who knew how to read the slow, gentle language of time. Perhaps that is the greatest miracle of modern archaeology. Today, we no longer simply excavate the earth. We are learning to read every layer of soil, every trace, every silence, so that we may understand that history has never stopped speaking. It has simply changed into a more delicate language, and in the next chapter, we will leave behind the tools of archaeology to listen to the deeper lessons that these lost cities offer humanity. Together, we will reflect upon the rise, the decline, and the renewal of civilizations, and perhaps discover that what endures the longest is not the walls of stone, but the wisdom and the memories that human beings pass from one generation to the next. I'll translate it in the same calm bedtime storytelling style, preserving every detail and rhythm without adding or omitting anything. What lost cities teach us? After traveling together across deserts that have blanketed ancient cities, diving down to harbors sleeping beneath the sea, walking through forests that have gently embraced the pyramids of the Maya, and witnessing how modern archaeology quietly awakened civilizations that once seemed to have vanished forever. Perhaps now we can pause our journey, not to end it, but to listen, because after all the stones, the roads, the temples, and the ruined walls, what remains is not only history, it is also a series of questions for ourselves. Perhaps that is the greatest gift these lost cities have left behind. Not treasures, not magnificent monuments, but the ability to make us sit down, become still, and reflect. What can truly last forever? Since the beginning of this journey, we have encountered many names: Pompeii, Petra, Angkor, Tikal, Heraclean, Palmyra, Great Zimbabwe, Mohenjo-Daro. Each city was once the pride of its age. Some served as the capitals of mighty empires. Some became the commercial heart of the known world. Some stood as the very soul of an entire civilization. If you had lived during the height of any one of these cities, perhaps you would have believed they would endure forever. Their walls were too strong, their markets too crowded, their palaces too magnificent, their streets too full of life. How could all of it simply disappear? And yet, time answered very gently, not with words, but with silence. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what causes human suffering is not that everything changes. It is that we hope the beautiful things will never change. Perhaps the history of these cities whispers the very same lesson. No empire lasts forever. No power is eternal. No wall is tall enough to keep time away. At first, that may sound sad, but if we reflect a little more deeply, perhaps it is actually something very beautiful, because it is precisely the fact that everything is temporary that makes every moment so precious. A crowded square, a lively marketplace, a street filled with laughter, a home glowing warmly at night. These things, which seem so ordinary, will one day become memories, and memories, perhaps, are more enduring than stone itself. I have always been moved by that thought. A city may disappear from the map. Its name may no longer to be spoken in everyday conversation. Its walls may crumble. Its rooftops may dissolve back into the earth. Yet that does not mean the city has died, because every time an archaeologist uncovers a brick, a coin, an inscription, or even a single grain of pollen, a piece of that city's memory awakens once more, like someone who has slept for a very long time, gently opening their eyes. Carl Gustav Jung believed that memory never truly disappears. It simply retreats into the deeper layers of the psyche, waiting to be called once again. Perhaps ancient cities are much the same. They have never truly disappeared from humanity. They have simply been waiting for someone patient enough, curious enough, and devoted enough to the past to return. That is why I have always felt that archaeology is such an extraordinary science. It does not merely study what has already passed. It gives the past another opportunity to speak. Today, every archaeological excavation contributes to expanding or refining our understanding of history. New discoveries continue to show that history is not a finished story, but an ever-growing picture shaped by new evidence and fresh perspectives. That reminds me of the way we understand our own lives. So many times, we believe we understand another person, understand an event, or even understand ourselves. And then An old memory returns, a new experience appears, a different perspective opens before us, and suddenly the entire story takes on a different meaning. History is like that. It is not a book that has already been closed. It is more like a piece of music. Each generation listens with its own ears. Each generation discovers melodies that no one had noticed before. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings truly mature only when they dare to enter into dialogue with their own past. Perhaps humanity is growing in exactly the same way. Every time we discover a lost city, we are not only discovering our ancestors, we are also discovering ourselves, because within every stone we see the desire to build. Within every road we see the dream of connection. Within every temple we see the human longing for meaning. And within every fallen city we recognize the fragility shared by every civilization. Perhaps that is what makes history feel so close. The people who once lived in Pompeii, in Petra, in Angkor, or in Tikal were never as different from us as we sometimes imagine. They woke up each morning, prepared meals, worried about their children, hoped tomorrow would be better than today, and perhaps they also believed their city would always be there. That thought fills me with a quiet sense of connection. Thousands of years suddenly feel much closer, not because time itself has become shorter, but because the human heart from the distant past to the present day has always carried dreams that are remarkably alike. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine yourself standing in the middle of an ancient square space. There are no footsteps, no bustling markets, no bells, no voices calling to one another, only the wind, the moonlight, and walls softened by countless years. Yet if you listen long enough, perhaps you will still feel something, not sound, but memory, a memory so deep that it still slowly flows through every stone, reminding us that a city may disappear from the map, an empire may fade into history, but everything human beings once built with love, wisdom, and hope will always find a way to live on, whether beneath the earth or within the hearts of those who still remember. After listening together to the whispers still lingering among ancient walls, perhaps we can now take one more step, not to discover another city, but to discover a pattern that has quietly accompanied humanity since the dawn of history. If there is one lesson shared by every city we have visited, perhaps it is this: civilization never develops in a straight line. It does not rise forever, nor does it fall forever. It moves like the seasons, like the rhythm of breathing, like the tides, like the life of every human being. There is a beginning, a season of brilliance, a season of quiet decline, and then, from what once seemed to be an ending, new life begins to emerge once again. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that deep within the human soul there are always two cycles of transformation. No condition lasts forever. All life is in motion, and it is that movement which gives life its meaning. Perhaps civilizations, too, live according to that same natural rhythm. Imagine, for a moment, a city on the very first day of its existence. Only a handful of homes, a small stream, a narrow dirt road, a few people choosing to stay. They build their first houses, clear fields for farming, dig wells. Each morning, another family arrives, another child is born. A small marketplace begins to take shape. None of them knows that centuries later, this place will become a city known throughout the world. Every great civilization begins with very simple things. No empire appears overnight. No city awakens to greatness in a single morning. Everything grows little by little, day after day, just like a tree. I'll continue with the same faithful translation style, preserving the calm, meditative rhythm, the Carl Jung-inspired tone, and every detail without adding or omitting anything. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that genuine growth always unfolds very slowly, so slowly that the person living through it often does not realize they are changing. Perhaps cities are much the same. They grow through countless footsteps, countless hands, countless ordinary dreams. Then comes their season of flourishing. Roads are widened, bridges are built, markets grow busier, temples to reach higher, schools appear, libraries fill with knowledge, people create, trade, learn, connect. This is the season when every civilization shines. Yet it is also during this very moment that something very quiet begins to happen. Everything continues to change. Trade routes shift, the climate changes, new generations arrive, new ideas are born. Some changes are so small that no one notices them, but like individual drops of water slowly filling a vessel, they quietly accumulate until, almost unnoticed, an entire civilization enters a different season, the season of decline. I have often felt that the word decline is understood as something too sad. But if we look carefully, perhaps it is simply another part of life. Autumn is not the failure of summer. Winter is not the failure of autumn. They are simply different chapters of the same story. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that before rebirth, we must first accept the ending of an earlier chapter. Perhaps cities are teaching us the same lesson. When an empire ends, it does not mean that everything beautiful disappears. Knowledge remains, art remains, language remains, stories remain. They travel with people to new lands where they begin another journey. That is why I have always loved the word rebirth, because history has never been only a story of loss. It is also a story of seeds. A city may disappear, yet its builders carry their skills elsewhere. A library may burn, yet its scholars carry knowledge forward. An empire may collapse, yet the children who grew up within it will one day build a new world. Today, archaeology and history show that civilizations do not develop along a simple path from lower to higher stages. Many societies experience periods of emergence, growth, decline, and transformation before passing affluence to later civilizations. Knowledge technology, and culture are continually transmitted, adapted, and renewed across generations. That realization always brings me a quiet peace, because it means that nothing ever truly ends. Everything is simply transforming, just as water rise into clouds, clouds become rain, rain returns to the river flows into the sea, and the sea once again returns water to the sky. Carl Gustav Jung believed that life is always seeking to renew itself. Perhaps that is the deepest law of history. When we look at Pompeii, we do not see only a city buried beneath ash. When we look at Angkor, we do not see only temples embraced by the forest. When we look at Petra, we do not see only red sandstone cliffs. We also see the remarkable ability of human beings, the ability to build, the ability to adapt, and the ability to begin again. Perhaps that is the greatest legacy these lost cities have left behind. Not walls, not statues, but the belief that even after what appears to be the darkest moment, life will always find another path. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine a tiny seed. It falls between the stones of an ancient city. The rainy season too arrives. The seed begins to grow. Years pass. A great tree to rise among the ruined walls. At first, it seems that nature is erasing the work of humanity. But if you look more deeply, you begin to understand it is not an ending. It is a new chapter, just like history, just like life, just like the soul within each of us. There are days filled with light. There are days of quiet stillness. There are things we must release so that new things may be born. And perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson the lost cities offer to humanity. What endures is not walls of stone, not palaces, nor even the empires that once shook the world. What endures is wisdom, courage, the willingness to learn from the past, and the hope that each generation pass on to the next. In the next chapter, our journey will lead us toward something filled with promise, for there are still countless cities sleeping beneath forests, deserts, oceans, and even beneath our modern cities. Every new discovery reminds us that history has never truly ended. It is still waiting patiently for people curious enough to keep searching and humble enough to listen. There are still countless cities waiting to be discovered. After traveling together through cities, awakened from beneath the sand, beneath the forest canopy, beneath the sea, and from within history books that once seemed complete, perhaps now we pause before a thought that stirs the heart of everyone who loves history. What if everything we have discovered so far is only the tip of the iceberg? What if somewhere on this planet there are still streets that no one has walked for thousands of years? Still public squares untouched by modern sunlight? Still temples, marketplaces, homes, and stories patiently sleeping beneath the earth? Perhaps we often believe that the map of our world has already been completed, that every land has been measured, every mountain has been named, every river has been recorded. Yet history responds with a gentle smile, because what humanity already knows has always been far smaller than what still waits to be discovered. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the greatest things in life are not those we have already become conscious of, but the vast realm of everything that still remains unknown. Perhaps the history of humanity shares that same shape. What we read in books, what we see inside museums, what has already been excavated are only a few stars shining across the night sky. Beyond them still stretches an immense darkness, quietly waiting for human eyes. Imagine a tropical rainforest. After the rain, each leaf still holds tiny drops of water. Mist drifts slowly through the towering trees. Bird song echoes from somewhere far away. The voices of insects blend together into nature's endless symphony. If you stood only at the edge of the forest, you might believe there were nothing there except trees. Yet beneath the tangled roots, beneath ancient trunks that have grown for centuries, there may still exist an entire city, stone-paved roads, stairways, reservoirs, public squares, temples that once glowed brilliantly beneath the sunrise thousands of years ago. Today, LiDAR technology and other modern survey methods have revealed that many tropical rainforests still conceal vast ancient urban networks that had gone unnoticed for centuries. These discoveries have greatly expanded our understanding of the scale and sophistication of many ancient civilizations. That realization always fills me with humility, because it turns out that nature did not swallow these cities. The cities became part of nature. There is no boundary, no opposition, only a gentle harmony between what humanity built and what the earth continued to nurture. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that what is hidden has not disappeared. It is simply waiting for the right moment to be recognized. Perhaps the cities beneath the forests have been waiting just as patiently. Then we leave the forest behind and journey toward an endless sea of sand, the desert. At first glance, it appears to be a place of emptiness. Sand dunes stretch toward the horizon. The wind never stops blowing. Every footprint quickly disappears. Yet the place that seems to preserve nothing at all is quietly embracing countless secrets. Caravans once passed this way and never returned. Cities once welcomed thousands of merchants. Wells once offered life in the middle of the desert. Today, all that remains are gentle waves of sand, but beneath them there may still be walls, rooms, roads, and stories that have never been told. That always reminds me of human memory. There are memories we believe have disappeared forever, yet all it takes is a familiar scent, a distant sound, or a beam of familiar sunlight, and suddenly everything returns. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the unconscious never forgets. It simply keeps what it has been given. Perhaps the desert is the unconscious of the earth itself, a place where time stores memories that humanity has not yet learned to read. And then we arrive at the shore. The water lies still, like an enormous mirror. Gentle waves follow one another. Looking only at the surface, you might think there is nothing below except sand, coral, and schools of fish, but deeper, within the gentle darkness of the ocean, there may still exist ancient harbors, stone-paved streets, steps leading down to the water, temples that once faced the rising sun. Today, underwater archaeology continues to uncover new sites, from ancient shipwrecks to submerged settlements and cities that disappeared beneath the sea due to geological changes or the gradual rise and fall of sea levels. These discoveries remind us that the ocean floor still preserves countless chapters of human history that have yet to be told. I have always felt that the sea is like a library. The only difference is that its books are written in stone. Their pages are turned by the waves, and they are preserved by the quiet stillness of the water itself. Perhaps that is why every dive made by an archaeologist carries the feeling of someone opening a book that no one has ever read. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that the journey of exploring the world is also the journey of exploring the deepest parts of our own souls. Perhaps every city that is rediscovered does more than expand the map of history. It also expands the way we understand ourselves. Tonight, as you close your eyes, try to imagine yourself standing within a vast, open landscape. Ahead of you lies a forest, wrapped in mist. To your right, an endless sea of sand changes color beneath the moonlight. Farther away, the ocean breathes quietly, and you know that beneath each of these landscapes there may still exist a city, a public square, a home, a story, sleeping peacefully for thousands of years. No one knows exactly where they are. No one knows when they will be found. But perhaps that is exactly what makes history so beautiful. Because every sunrise, humanity can still awaken with the hope that somewhere on this blue planet there remains a doorway into the past, patiently waiting for the very first hand to gently open it. After traveling together through ancient forests, across endless deserts, and over seas that quietly preserve the memories of ancient civilizations, perhaps now we arrive at a place even more astonishing to the imagination, because lost cities are not always hidden in remote wilderness. Sometimes they lie directly beneath our feet, beneath lush green rice fields, beneath busy roads, beneath the modern buildings that millions of people pass by every single day. It sounds almost impossible, yet history has always loved surprise. Perhaps we often imagine that every city must be built upon entirely new ground, but in reality, for countless centuries, human beings have built their future upon the foundations of the past. A village becomes a town becomes a city declines. Then, centuries later, another city rise upon that very same land, layer upon layer, like the pages of a book, stacked one above another. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that deep within the human mind, many different layers of memory exist together. New experiences do not erase the old ones. They simply settle quietly above them. Perhaps the ground beneath our feet is like an ancient soul. Every layer of earth is preserving an entire age. Imagine a peaceful field. Every morning, farmers walk out to work. Birds glide low over the rice paddies, a gentle breeze causes the stalks to bow softly. At first glance, nothing seems unusual, yet deep below, there may still be stone-paved roads, ancient wells, the foundations of forgotten homes, marketplaces, once filled with people and laughter that has remained silent for thousands of years. Today, many important archaeological sites are discovered beneath agricultural fields and fertile river plains. Over centuries, layers of sediment have gradually covered ancient settlements, protecting them from the passage of time and from later human activity. That thought always moves me, because it turns out that the simplest places sometimes hold the greatest stories. A farmer plowing a field may be walking across an ancient public square. A child running through the grass may be racing across the roof of a house that has slept for 2,000 years. History and the present are not separate. They simply exist within different layers of the same land. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that the past has never truly left the present. It quietly continues to shape everything we experience today. Perhaps the same is true for lost cities. Then we enter our modern cities. Wide avenues, endless streams of traffic, glass towers reflecting the sky, the sound of trains, clock bells, conversations drifting through the streets. Everything breathes the rhythm of the 21st century. Yet if we could look deep beneath the ground, there might still be another city, older, slower, far quieter. Today, in many cities around the world, modern buildings stand directly above layers of ancient remains. Whenever transportation systems are expanded, new buildings are constructed, or infrastructure projects begin, archaeologists often have the opportunity to uncover traces of earlier civilizations, enriching our understanding of the history beneath those very places. I have always found that deeply beautiful, because every modern city is like a book. Its newest chapter rests at the top, but every earlier chapter still remains below. They have not disappeared. They are simply quietly supporting the present. Perhaps that is also how memory works within each of us. We do not live separate from our childhood. We do not live separate from our earlier experiences. Everything that has ever happened continues to quietly support the person we are today. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that to understand ourselves, we must have the courage to descend into the deepest layers of our own souls. Perhaps, to understand history, we must also learn to descend into the deepest layers of the earth. What I love most about archaeology is not that it always finds answers. It is that every answer opens even more questions. A newly uncovered wall leads to another road. As a single coin suggests an unknown trade route, an ancient inscription forces an entire chapter of history to be rewritten. Today, new archaeological discoveries continually expand and refine our understanding of the past. History is therefore not a fixed story, but a field that continues to grow through new evidence and new discoveries. That always makes me think about the journey of becoming fully human. We are the same. No one comes to understand themselves in a single day. Each passing year reveals something new. A forgotten memory is illuminated. A perspective changes. A story is understood in an entirely different way. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that the most important journey a person can take is not to travel the greatest distance, but to continue discovering what they have not yet understood. Perhaps humanity is still walking that very path. Every excavation does more than bring us closer to the past. It also teaches us humility before the vastness of history. Because the more we discover, the more we realize that what we do not yet know is still far greater than everything we already know. Tonight, I'll translate this faithfully, preserving the gentle pacing, reflective tone, and sentence structure suitable for a bedtime narration inspired by Carl Jung. Perhaps, as you allow your mind to drift ever so slowly, try to imagine the earth as a vast library. Each layer of soil is a page of a book. Each city is a chapter of a story. Some chapters have already been opened. Some have only just begun to reveal their first pages, and others have never been read by anyone. They are still there, beneath the fields, beneath modern cities, beneath the roads we walk every single day, quietly, patiently, waiting for a curious gaze, a gentle hand, a heart willing to listen. Perhaps that is the most beautiful gift this journey has given us today. History has never truly ended. It is not a book that has already been finished. It is more like the night sky. Each time we discover a new star, we realize that farther beyond, countless others are still quietly shining. And so it is with every city that is found. Its discovery does not bring the journey to an end. It simply opens another doorway, reminding us that the past is still patiently waiting, and that humanity's search for its own memories will perhaps never truly end. In our final chapter, we will gently bring this journey to its close with one quiet reflection. The world we live in today has been shaped not only by the people of the present, but also by countless layers of memory left behind by lost cities. Together, we will look back at everything we have discovered and realize that history has never disappeared. It simply continues to live quietly within every stone, every road, and within every step we take today. The world is built upon layers of memory. Perhaps before our journey comes to an end, let us allow ourselves to pause for just a little longer, not to discover another city, not to search for another secret, but simply to turn around gently and look back upon the path we have walked together. It has been a very long journey, longer than the roads once traveled by ancient caravans, longer than the rivers that nourished great civilizations, and longer still than thousands of years of history. Together, we have walked through streets where no one walks anymore. We have passed through public squares, visited only by the quiet wind. We have paused beside harbors where the sea still faithfully washes against stone steps that have slept for centuries. We have lifted our eyes toward temples gently embraced by ancient forests. We have listened to the whisper of leaves where bells once echoed. We have stood before walls whose guardians have become the roots of trees, and we have wandered through cities once so alive that no one could ever have imagined there would come a day when only silence would remain. And yet, it is not a cold silence, nor is it an empty one. It is the silence of time, like the surface of a lake on a windless night, perfectly still. Above, yet beneath, an entire world continues to exist. Perhaps history is much the same. At first glance, a lost city appears to be nothing more than a handful of weathered stones, a fallen column, a road covered with wild grass. But if you sit quietly for long enough, if you listen with a peaceful heart, you begin to realize that these places have never truly been silent. Within your imagination, the footsteps still remain. The marketplaces still bustle. The blacksmith's hammer still rings. Water still flows through the canals. Children still race across the square. Merchants still call out to passing strangers. All of it is still there. It simply no longer echoes through sound. It echoes through memory. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that there are symbols which never disappear from humanity's collective unconscious. They merely change the way they are present. Perhaps ancient cities are symbols of that kind. They no longer exist through intact rooftops, but through the questions they awaken, the reflections they inspire, and the emotions they stir within us. Throughout this journey, we have encountered many names. Cities buried beneath volcanic ash. Cities sleeping beneath the sea. Cities gently covered by the desert. Cities resting beneath ancient rainforests. Entire civilizations that once seemed to have vanished forever, until a beam of laser light from the sky, a pulse of sound beneath the ocean, or even a tiny grain of ancient pollen quietly reopened the doorway to the past. That thought always fills me with gratitude, not only toward archaeologists, but also toward time itself, because time has never existed only to take away. It also knows how to preserve. Some memories are entrusted to stone, some to sand, some are embraced by the sea, some are patiently protected by ancient forests, and some are preserved within the memory of humanity itself. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that the greatest gift human beings possess is not the ability to remember every detail, but the ability to discover meaning within what they have lived through. Perhaps that is also the gift these lost cities offer us. They do not ask us to remember the name of every king or the date of every war. Perhaps all they ask is that we understand that every civilization, no matter how magnificent, was built by ordinary people, mothers who rose before dawn to prepare the morning meal, builders who patiently placed one stone upon another, merchants who crossed vast deserts, children laughing along stone-paved streets, scholars studying through the night by the glow of an oil lamp, farmers sowing seeds beyond the city walls. History, after all, has never been written only by kings. It has been written by millions of ordinary people, people who never imagined that one day someone would tell their story. Perhaps that is what moves me the most. When I stand within an ancient city, I do not think first about empires. Instead, I think about ordinary lives. A bowl just placed upon a table, a door just opened, a lamp just lit, someone returning home after a long day. All of those simpler moments once created an entire city, and perhaps that is why, when a city disappears, what remains is not only stone, it is also the quiet feeling that people in every age have always loved, always hoped, always tried to build a place they could call home. Perhaps that, is what endures the longest. Not the walls, not the palaces, but the longing to live, to connect, and to leave behind something good for those who come after us. Tonight, as you allow the final images of this journey to drift slowly through your mind, perhaps you will once again see the stone road leading into Petra, hear the wind whispering through the columns of Angkor, see the still waters gently embracing Heracleion, or the emerald canopy of the forest quietly sheltering Tikal. But this time, perhaps, you will no longer see them as lost cities. You will see them as storytellers, the most patient storytellers humanity has ever known, quietly waiting there for thousands of years, waiting for the day someone would become slow enough, peaceful enough, and willing to listen, to understand that every stone, every road, every silence holds within it a small piece of our own memory. Perhaps, after all the roads we have walked together tonight, what remains is not the name of a city, nor the year when an empire rose or fell. What remains is something far gentler, the quiet realization that this world is far greater than our eyes can ever see, and that history runs far deeper than any book could ever tell. Throughout this journey, we have encountered cities once considered the very centers of the world, place where tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people once lived, worked, loved, and dreamed together. They built walls, they dug canals, they raised temples, they opened marketplaces, they wrote books, they created works of art, they raised their children, and they believed that tomorrow would begin just like every other day. Perhaps not one of them ever imagined that thousands of years later, their homes would become the subject of archaeological study. No builder placing the final stone upon a wall ever imagined that one day someone would touch that same stone with profound respect. No child running joyfully along those stone-paved streets ever knew that their laughter would disappear from the air, yet continue to echo forever within the imagination of people still unborn. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings always leave their traces upon the world even after they themselves are gone. Perhaps lost cities are the greatest traces of that longing. The strange thing is, the more ancient cities I visit, the less foreign they seem, because beneath their moss-covered stones, beneath their leaning columns, beneath their silent roads, there remain things that feel remarkably familiar, a home to return to, a marketplace where people meet, a public square for conversation, a place of worship, a school, a garden, a well. These simple things have always connected every civilization, no matter whether they lived thousands of years apart or on opposite sides of the world. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson History teaches us human beings may differ in language, in clothing, in beliefs, or in the color of their skin. But deep within, our greatest longings have always been the same. We all long for peace. We all long to be loved. We all hope to leave behind something beautiful for those who will follow. Carl Gustav Jung believed that deep within the human psyche, we all share many of the same symbols and experiences. Perhaps lost cities are also part of that shared memory. They remind us that none of us truly live apart from those who came before. Every road we walk today rests upon the footsteps of countless generations. Every home we build carries the wisdom passed down across thousands of years. Every new idea grows from countless older ones. The world we live in today has not been built only with concrete, steel, or glass. It has been built from countless layers of memory, the memories of those who sowed seeds, built ships, carved stone, inscribed words, opened roads, taught children, told stories, and dreamed of a future they themselves would never live to see. Perhaps that is why I always feel such gratitude when standing before an ancient city. I do not simply see the past. I see the gift the past has given to the present. Today, every new archaeological discovery reminds us that history is not a completed story. Every site that is excavated, every artifact that is interpreted, every forgotten city that is identified has the power to expand or even reshape our understanding of humanity's journey. And because of that, history has never truly died. History does not sleep inside museums. It does not lie silent beneath the earth, nor has it completely disappeared beneath the sea. History is still alive within every stone, every fragment of pottery, every grain of pollen, every faded inscription, and within every question human beings continue to ask. Perhaps the most important thing is not how many cities we have found, but whether we remain curious enough to keep searching, because every sincere question is like a key, one that may open the doorway to a world that has slept for centuries. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the journey of discovering the world always goes hand in hand with the journey of discovering ourselves. Perhaps every city we rediscover does more than teach us about our ancestors. It also helps us understand ourselves more deeply, to understand that pride will pass, power will change, walls will eventually yield to time, but kindness, creativity, the desire to learn, and the ability to preserve memory, these are the things that continue to pass from one generation to the next. Tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, try to imagine the entire earth as one great book. The mountains, its page; the rivers, its sentence; the forests, its quiet pauses; and beneath every layer of earth, another story waits patiently to be told. Perhaps tomorrow, or 10 years from now, or 100 years into the future, an archaeologist will gently brush away the dust from a single stone, and from that tiny moment, a city will awaken, a civilization will find its voice. Another chapter of history will begin to be written, because history has never truly disappeared. It has simply been patiently waiting for someone to ask the right question, and perhaps that is the final gift the lost cities wish to leave with each of us. Always keep a heart capable of wonder, a soul willing to listen, and a spirit of humility before time, because the more we discover the past, the more we come to understand that this world has not been built only from stone, earth, or magnificent monuments. It has been built from countless layers of memory, layer upon layer. Quietly, I have translated your ending while preserving the gentle, meditative pacing, natural American English, and sleep story style appropriate for your YouTube channel, patiently, beautifully. And from there, each generation continues to move forward, carrying the stories of those who came before, while writing the story of their own lives. Perhaps that is the most beautiful gift history has ever given to humanity, and perhaps it is also the gentlest thing we can carry with us as tonight's journey comes to an end. And so, our journey is slowly reaching its final footsteps. Tonight, we wandered together through cities that once shone like stars across the sky of history. We walked along stone streets where thousands of years ago, merchants, craftsmen, scholars, and laughing children once left their footprints. Beneath the warm sun, we stood before temples, gently embraced by ancient forests. We quietly gazed at harbors sleeping beneath deep blue waters. We listened to the wind moving softly through silent plazas, and together we discovered that what disappears is not always what is truly lost, because every stone, every fragment of pottery, every road, every grain of pollen still quietly preserves a small piece of humanity's memory. Perhaps the greatest lesson these lost cities offer us is not found in their magnificence, but in their humility. They remind us that no empire lasts forever, no power can overcome time, no wall is tall enough to keep the earth from remembering. And perhaps because of that, every moment we are given to live, to love, to create, and to build again becomes more precious than ever before. Carl Gustav Jung believed that we truly mature only when we are willing to enter into dialogue with our own past. Perhaps humanity is growing in exactly the same way. Every excavation, every archaeological discovery, every forgotten city brought back into the light does more than teach us about people who lived thousands of years ago. It also helps us understand ourselves, because when we look at civilizations that have disappeared, we are also looking at the story of every human life. We too have childhood. We grow. We experience our brightest seasons. We face moments when it feels as though everything is coming to an end. And yet, after every change, we learn to begin another chapter. Perhaps that is the most beautiful law of life, not to exist forever, but to continue transforming. A seed becomes a tree. The tree becomes a forest. The forest returns to the earth. And from that same soil, new seeds begin to grow. Cities are no different. One place may disappear, but knowledge continues its journey. People carry the memories of home to new lands. Stories continue to be told. Lessons continue to be preserved. And civilization keeps moving forward. Perhaps that is why history never truly ends. It simply finds new storytellers. Today, those storytellers are archaeologists, historians, people who devote their lives to listening to the quiet voice of time. And perhaps one of those storytellers is also you, the one who spent this peaceful evening walking beside me through forgotten roads, sleeping cities, and memories, waiting to awaken. Perhaps one day, during an ordinary moment in your own life, you will look at an old stone a little differently. You will walk through ancient streets with greater gratitude. You will pause before a mountain, a river, or an old forest, and quietly wonder who once lived here, who once dreamed beneath this same sky. What stories might still be sleeping beneath this earth? And if one day you find yourself asking questions like these, then perhaps tonight's journey never truly ended, because history does not live only in museums. It lives within every landscape we walk across, within every human step, and within our remarkable ability to remember, to learn, and to continue sharing the stories that deserve to be remembered. Thank you for joining me on this quiet journey through the lost cities of our world. I hope that as the night gently comes to a close, you carry with you not only a deeper understanding of history, but also a greater sense of peace, knowing that you, too, are a small yet beautiful part of humanity's endless story. And now, allow every thought to slowly settle. Let the ancient streets, the sunken harbors, the moss-covered temples, and the timeless forests fade gently into peaceful dreams. If your eyes have grown a little heavier, if your breathing has become a little slower, then perhaps this is the perfect moment to let the day quietly come to rest. I wish you a peaceful night, a deep, restorative sleep, and when morning returns, may you awaken with a calm heart, a hopeful spirit, and a quiet sense of wonder for the world around you. If you enjoy these slow journeys through history, psychology, and the timeless wisdom of Carl Gustav Jung, please consider subscribing to the channel, liking this video, and turning on notifications so we can continue exploring these remarkable stories together, because there are still countless civilizations waiting to be discovered, countless mysteries still sleeping beneath the soil of time. And I hope in many peaceful nights to come, we will set out once again together